Yes.
We're gonna see if it goes. Let's start streaming. Start here. Connecting. Bang, bang, bang. We are live on YouTube. Bomb, bomb, bomb. Alright. Well, isn't that something? Live on Instagram. And for some reason, Facebook says, no, you're not live yet. We're not gonna do that. We prefer you not do that. Okay? Alright, guys. So yeah. So, before we do that, let me just hit this here. Shooting some shits. Ooh.
Hey.
Hey.
Hey. Love you guys.
Love you, man. You're a good guy.
Love you guys.
So what's the what y'all get into today?
Dude, actually, a lot.
A lot?
It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon, nearly 3, and I've only just woken up in the last hour. So
Is it Sunday? Is it Sunday for you, or is it still Saturday?
Monday.
Monday? You're the next day. Oh shit! Holy shit! We're actually, it's 1 a.m. Sunday morning. It's 3 p.m. or Monday morning there.
Yeah.
You're 12 hours. You're whole 13, 12 hours ahead. Holy.
We are.
Yeah, I think it's about 13, 14 hours.
We are live.
No, 15, 13, 14. I can't math right now, guys.
I was about to say, I think it's 17 hours, right?
Wait, it's 3 p.m. So. Fuck. I can't do it in my head.
It's 1 o'clock there.
In the morning. There it's 3 in the afternoon. So it's like 15 hours later.
I can't math.
What that means is that
I think it's like 15 to 16 hours.
Yeah, he could give us the fucking lottery numbers if he was cool.
I think I got it. Okay. I think you got it.
That's back to the future shit.
Well, we are with it. Yo, can you guys hear me all right?
Too
Am I
much.
low?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I don't really actually want to hear you, okay? Everything looks good there. Let me just turn this guy. Bam. All right. Good to go. All right, well, tonight's shooting the shits. We got King B. King B's got bars. King B for short. We got J Stu, the one with the What to Do crew. Stu to the J, if you're cool like that. And of course, you got Crack, CR York, Shadow, the man of many names, Caesar Einstein, busting it. We're shooting the shits. We're gonna be just hitting random topics tonight. But as always, I do have a little bit of an agenda because I do want to try and talk a little bit about the theory of everything some more. But first, of course, we're going to be thanking our sponsors, Sobriety. One day we'll actually get there. No.
I'll thank you when I see you.
I'll thank you when I see you. Yeah. Oh, don't go waiting up on it. I'm gonna be rolling a joint here momentarily. What's y'all's day look like? What do you got left? I know, Stu, you got to be working. How long?
Pretty bright.
4 hours.
You say 4 hours?
Yeah, 4 hours. It's okay.
Get the fuck out of here.
I'm used to it, man. I'm used to staying up all night editing videos, and I'm pretty much a night owl. I took naps. I took a couple naps today, so we're good.
You got your nappy poos?
Yeah, man, we're good. I just gotta go cut some grass tomorrow. We'll be all right.
We'll live. What about you? What do you got for the day? What's gonna be happening for you today, Mr. B?
Not much. I stayed up a bit late last night finishing off a uni assignment. I handed it in late, so.
Did you get it done?
Yeah, I got it done.
Yeah.
I watched Alchemist, how he became the #1 hip hop artist,
Oh,
producer. It was incredible. And I had to compare that to another uni podcast and write like a comparative bibliography. It was just, yeah. Let's not get into
Love
that.
that.
let's not get into that. That sounded like, well, why? I mean, that's a
I had to write like 15,000 words.
good. It builds character.
Not good. Not good.
No,
Name another motherfucking industry that you have to do this shit in.
um, I mean, shit.
Don't say
Your
any.
own.
Yeah. Uh,
You're, you
where you
pave
have
your own lane, bud.
another industry where you have to what? Go to school? Every other one.
No. Like the way I put it is like, if you go to the gym to work on your arms, you don't do the #1 hip hop artist.
True.
And this is what
That's
this
so
course has been like. It's like I'm doing everything but what I'm supposed to be doing. It's
What
like
you
one
want to be
after.
doing.
Yeah, no, it's more like, get to the point, motherfucker.
But like, look, even if you go to the gym and you're working out something, you're building up the overall basis of what you need. Every little bit, every little thing. You can do arms one day, back the next day, legs the other day. You know what I mean? You can work out every little bit, every little part until you're perfect, until you got every little key, every little mechanic all in order and in line.
I just like, it's the whole having to reference in the governmental way and shit like that. It's like, brother, I've been in the industry for 7 years, and not once have I ever done that. No one in like, and my teacher has no experience in the industry besides making Dungeons and Dragons games. It's like, brother,
No,
brother,
I hear you,
can't
bro.
tell me shit.
No,
Shit.
I feel you, bro. 100%, man. All I'm saying is like, it takes small parts to make the bigger picture, you know. And
Yeah, I know
as long
exactly.
as you got everything in place, then you're painting the right picture, you know.
Yeah, nah, you're not wrong. You know, at the end of the day, I may not like it now, but later on, I'll have to use it eventually. You know what I mean?
That's
So
really what it is. I think that, and it never hurts to. I mean, I've been in school for 4 years now, and I have not learned anything that I didn't already know. I've just gotten more sharp on it. Like I didn't learn
yeah,
anything,
yeah,
which is crazy. Like that's crazy as fuck. Like to do something and not learn anything for that amount of time. But I know that there's things that I don't do now that I will be doing at a later date. So, you know, I just take it with as a grain of salt. It was really me going to school was just really more for the piece of paper just to say that I did it because I didn't think I was ever gonna go.
yeah. Look, I'm the first person
I
in
hear
my whole
that.
family to actually go to university.
Same.
So like that's kind of like one thing that I ticked off, and I'm like, I'm going to follow through with this and finish it. I want to be the first one with a proper degree.
Yep.
And then on top of that, like, I have learnt stuff, like, in mixing, mastering and shit. But, like, industry experience, I've done 50 plus shows. Some of my teachers haven't even gotten 30 yet, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it's just like the industry experience side of things. I'm like, brother, like, you can't teach me much. Like, I've been there,
Right,
done
right.
the industry's fucked, and if you're gonna try sugarcoat the industry, you're an idiot.
Well, that's the same thing with.
That's what I'm saying, man. That's why you got to do your own thing, bro. Cause you've got it, bro. You've got your own style. You've got your own flavor. You've got your own freshness to bring to the stage that people are gonna want to flock to. Like it's gonna attract a lot of attention, man. Like that's the kind of person that you want to be. You want to stand out amongst the normality. You want to be the abnormality, the thing that sets you off and makes you different and stand out amongst the regulars, dude.
Is that why you're such a
I,
weirdo, Stu?
That's why I
as,
am so weird.
as I say, I would rather fuck the majority or roll with the minority.
Yes, man. Be the one. Be that sore thumb, bro. Be that fucking sore thumb. And it's the squeaky or it's what is it? It's the squeaky wheel that gets the grease. You know what I mean?
It is. That's why.
I like that. I like that. That's actually a good
It's the
saying.
squeaky wheel that gets the grease, man.
That's dangerous.
You
right
gotta
there.
stand out amongst the crowd, bro. You gotta be that guy that's willing to be like, hey, man, I think I've got something that you guys have never seen before.
Yeah, it's called the
Hey guys,
the
I got
aristocrats.
anal beads with razors on them.
Yeah, it's the aristocrats. Do y'all know that? Do you know that joke? Do you know that joke?
What's that?
The aristocrats.
No.
Oh God,
No,
I'm not
no,
gonna. I am not going to say it here. It is literally the world's dirtiest joke, is what it's called. It is the most fucked up shit you've ever heard in your life, guaranteed. We practiced it for a while.
I got one for you. What's
What you
Hitler's favorite drink?
I don't know.
His dream?
Fanta.
Juice.
Juice. Ah, the juice. Yeah, the juice. Yeah.
I like juice. Orange juice, apple juice, pineapple juice, cranberry juice. I like all kinds of juice, man.
I like cranberry juice. So.
Yeah, but it's mixed with
I like
vodka.
all kinds of juice. It's good for you, man. As long as it's 100% juice.
All right, well, stop fucking around, guys. We're super serious here.
I was
I was being serious. We're gonna be making juice. Juice.
Ashkenazi juice.
That's another flavor. That's a whole nother flavor.
That's that cranberry juice. That shit's off.
before.
So, all right. So, let's get back into the because me and Stu you'd walked in on us talking about some good stuff. What Stu, you wanna go back and iterate your where we all started?
Oh.
In the beginning.
Oh,
there was an eyeball.
What I was talking about before?
Yeah. Jesus Christ. It fucking blinked.
Okay.
It blinked at me. It fucking blinked at me.
It ain't gonna help you, sir.
I mean, I have a really weird theory about like the beginning of everything. Okay, because like I believe in God. I believe in the Bible. I believe that a lot of what was revealed to that early mankind. I think a lot of that shit is pretty on track, bro. And I feel that it is very broadenized because it spreads far, like across the world, dude. And I say that because a lot of the early stories of creation, no matter where you are on the planet, they're exactly the same.
No.
I don't care what anybody says.
Not even remotely.
They're all
vastly
pretty much
different.
No. They're all pretty much the fucking same. Okay.
Not even close.
We all were made in the same way. The creation story, even the flood, everything, dude. Everything is the same across the entire planet.
Not even remotely
all of
true.
those stories.
There's so many.
I'm talking about the conception of people, okay? Where we come into the story.
Yeah.
It comes far beyond like where we actually started making an impact on history, because us as humans, we are literally the bottom of the totem pole in the terms of like a genus and species and whatever. I'm not any fucking biologist, but you know what I'm trying to get across, okay? You know what I'm talking about.
And what you're saying is, no, all due respect, you're a fucking moron. No, whatever people. I love it when people say that shit. They'll be like, with all due respect.
With all due respect.
Hey, I said with all due respect. No offense.
You reminded me of fucking what's his name? Cartman of South Park. Then, with all due respect, you're a fucking moron.
So, in layman's terms, and in not so many words that I can't even articulate,
You already lost layman.
I kind of get what you're getting at though. Like, kind of understand. Like you're more getting at like the creation of human. Like I kind of get what you're saying. Like the way humans formed and etc. We all come from the same barrel. We're all the same fish from the same pond. You know what I mean? Like, and I kind of get what you're saying, but like in regards to religion and stuff like that, everything's completely utterly different. Like, yeah, nothing is the same in regards to the stories. Even the basis of the stories are completely different. Like,
It's because there's no reliable narrator. That's why that everything is the same across like the broadened spectrum, but it's different. You know what I mean? Because it's being told from a different standpoint, from a different person, from a different point of view, and that's why it's somewhat the same on a broadened standpoint, but to the specifics, it's all different. You know what I mean? And that's where I go, like, for the Christian, okay, because Adam and Eve were supposed to be the first people, okay, but when Cain killed Abel, right, Cain was given a mark. He was given a mark and sent out into the wilderness. And the reason why Cain was given this mark is so that when he was recognized out in the wilderness, nobody killed him, because Cain was cursed, and that whoever killed Cain because he bore this mark, that curse would then carry on to whoever killed him. Okay? Who was out there in the wilderness if Cain and Abel were the first children of the first people, Adam and Eve?
Well, who'd they hook
Who the
up with?
fuck are you worried about killing Cain if there was nobody else on the planet?
That's a good question. Just like where did the wives come from?
can I say, Cain and Abel?
How was there people to be able to crossbreed and to be able to spread this population? Nobody's fucking their sisters in the
Cousins
beginning
maybe.
of time, dude.
Hold on.
Cain and Abel
Damn.
weren't only ones around that century, like around that time. Like, so Adam and Eve were the only two, but they had many different children, including Cain.
They lived for over 800 years, but I'm saying at the time that Cain killed Abel, Cain was the oldest, okay? Abel was the second son.
It was like,
and that's why Cain was so that's why Cain was so like vexed against Abel, because God saw Abel's blessing and offering as more favorable than what Cain was offering. That's why Cain killed Abel.
Yeah, but that's my whole problem with that, is that, like, okay, so even if say that, it's Adam and Eve had many children, they then they had children and so on, and they that's how they bred, inbred, we're all inbred.
And dude, that happened like hundreds of years after Eve ate the fucking apple, dude.
I'm in clothes, not inbred.
I'll be inbred. I mean, I don't mind.
I'm a Frankie, but
You're a Frankie?
So that's what I'm saying, dude. Like, all those events, what all happened before that shit? You know what I'm saying? Like, with the fallen angels and stuff like that, man. Like, how did Satan get to the garden to then tempt man? You know what I mean? What happened in all of that, like,
it was a
shit
test of
before
God.
that? We don't know. We don't know what happened. Maybe
No.
happening.
It does state. It does state that God said Lucifer, or before, like, he was Satan, he was Lucifer, he was an angel, and he said to God, "I bet you I can manipulate, like, pretty much, I bet you I can manipulate something bad to happen here. You think they're so good, then let me test them." That
was Job. That was Job. He took everything from Job.
No, because Lucifer was the snake.
He was the head of the highest choir of angels. Yeah.
He wanted to tempt one of the two, and he ended up getting Eve to eat the apple. Was it Eve that ate the apple? I'm pretty sure it was Eve.
Yeah, it was Eve.
Eve that
ate
first,
that fucking bitch.
It technically was the test of God.
So tell me this: why is it so bad to eat from the tree of knowledge? Like, that was always my issue. Like,
okay, can I have a jump in?
But that's what I'm saying. Like, if they were the first people,
In paganism,
Like, how
the
did that
tree.
stuff all occur before that?
Okay, I'm going to jump in here because I have a theory on this that I've been talking about for years. In paganism, there is certain fruits that the gods eat to give them the, well, not the powers they have, but more immortal life. So they're
Mm-hmm.
immortal, but to make sure that they stay immortal, just in case of curses and ruins and all the magic that's in the Aesir and the veneer and stuff like that,
Loopholes, man.
that
There's loopholes.
they make sure through eating these fruits that they stay immortal. Now, I personally
Yes.
think that this mixes in with Christianity because the fruits are if I'm being, I don't know if I'm speaking correctly here, but I'm pretty sure it gives all knowledge to those with the knowledge to begin with. So Odin and stuff like that would continuously eat the fruits to gain extra
The
bits of,
fruit
like,
of
basically to
knowledge
keep
of
his
good and
memory.
evil.
To keep his memory intact, he would eat fruits and stuff like that. From I can't remember what the tree is called. It's not the tree of life, not the SHxxTiN. It's the something else. It's a different tree. But they would eat fruit basically to make sure that their memory
The
stayed
tree
intact.
of the
For
knowledge
immortal.
of good and evil.
Yeah, you're talking about a specific actual
It's
tree.
the knowledge of good and evil.
Now, see, there's in my personal preference, we are all like there is no side to it. It is a choice, bad and evil.
Yeah.
I truly don't believe that Lucifer or Satan was a really bad person. Just like how Loki is, he's not a bad guy. He's just a trickster.
Just because I'm a bad guy
Right.
doesn't make me a bad guy, right?
Well, not. It's not that you're a bad guy to do bad things.
Yeah, we all do, man. We all
That's
do.
my point. Like, at the end of the day, like
That's
I
not our
think
fault.
that
That's not our fault. And we're not guilty of that once we recognize that Jesus has already come to die for those sins that we've committed in the future. You know what I'm saying? As long
How
as we've come to
convenient
recognize
of
that and
him.
realize that.
I believe
That's what
Jesus
that
is a good
means.
bloke, but I don't know about the whole died for us. I think he just couldn't be fucked anymore. I'm just saying,
I'm tired of this shit.
yeah, I think so. Cause yeah, I don't want to be that one to say that he's a good bloke, and
Well,
I appreciate everything that he's done. Like he was the first one to say no more to slavery. You know what I mean? Like that in that time of that time and that place, like. Brother, you were going to get strung up no matter what for saying that. You know what I mean? People were going to lose money and lose labor.
he didn't. Jesus did not condemn slavery.
In the Old Testament.
Nah.
No, he
He
didn't.
said he was the first to ever say that it was wrong, though.
He didn't condemn slavery. He didn't even condemn like money. He didn't condemn economics. He didn't condemn any of that shit.
He did actually, because
Because
he threw
he
Caesar's
literally said
coins back at Caesar
he
and says,
literally said
give." Hang on,
if a
hang on,
master
hang on. I'm going to
he
correct
said
you
if a
because
master
he sent Caesar his money and told people to give Caesar what's Caesar's.
Yeah.
So technically, he did condemn currency. He did not agree with it. He thought that the people truly deserved what was theirs, which was the lands, which is what God gave them. Because before I transitioned to paganism and become a believer in Norse paganism, I was Christian. Like I read that Bible back to front, every chapter. And I can say that he didn't stop slavery. He said it was wrong. People shouldn't own people. And with the currency thing,
he said you should treat your employees well, is what he said. He said you should respect the people that work for you and
yeah,
pay them right and treat them right and
yeah.
respect them because they are the people that is earning you the money that you have to pay back to Caesar.
For a rich man to get
That
into
is what
heaven
he
is like,
said.
uh,
That is what he meant.
do you remember that line there? The whatever. It's
Said
harder for a rich man to get into heaven than it is for a camel to fit through a needle's eye.
yes, dude. Yes, dude.
Pretty sure that's condemning.
And said by that is give what belongs to Caesar, and give what belongs to God to God.
Well, I am Caesar Einstein.
And what belongs to God is your soul. That's what belongs to God.
He don't tell me what
That's
the
where you
hell
should
I'm
get.
doing.
But you know, I'm going to say this though, like if you actually look at the Bible and then if you do a big enough bit of research, a lot of the scriptures were taken from hymns from Hinduism and paganism. So a lot of the stuff that is preached in these churches and stuff comes from Hinduism and paganism because there's certain words like hell. Hell comes from paganism.
What is early Sanskrit in Hinduism? It's an offshoot of Aramaic, which is one of the very first religions that ever existed.
Indo-European.
And Bible, the Bible's first iterations were in Greek, Hebrew, and Aramaic.
There were earlier ones, but they were ruins and no one could understand them.
Yeah, the earliest one we have right now is the Ethiopian.
They were written during the time of the Tower of Babel, and
Yeah.
and we all know how that happened.
Yeah, they wanted to rape angels. That's a crazy story. How you gonna rape some angels,
Yeah,
bro?
angels. The angels that came down. The angels that came
Yeah,
down
yeah.
were demons that raped everybody.
No, other way around.
And that's how they.
No, other way around.
Thank you very much.
When they got there, when they came to tell them about what God was gonna do, they're like, hey, you guys need to change your ways. They're like, wings, huh? All right, rape. or as social media likes it, grape.
Even Lucifer himself disguises himself as an angel of light.
I mean, he is
that.
though. No, he is.
No, he was.
Yeah, he
the
that's,
angel of
that's,
light.
Yeah, that was his job.
That was him.
He still is. He still is.
So I don't remember which book it is, but it says there's one that always got me, and it was that when Jesus says, "It is me, I am the morning star." I always found that to be really weird because that's what everyone calls, that's what people call Satan. But he says it directly in the, I can't remember which book it was.
It says, "I am he who comes before the morning star."
Can I say my theory?
That's the actual translation of it.
I've always
it says,
thought
who comes before the morning star.
Nobody comes before me.
I've always had a theory that Christianity was literally the Luciferian protocols. That's my theory on things. When you actually look at it,
why do you think? Okay, here's my thing. Okay, if you are far from the truth, if you're just spouting bullshit and talking nonsense, why would I ever waste any of my energy to try to disprove what you're talking about? Why would I try to be like, oh, you're a liar, whatever, you're dumb, you don't even know what you're saying, blah 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 blah, whatever, bullshit, blah 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 blah.
All right, direct.
Thousands and thousands of years. Why would anybody ever try to disprove Christianity if it wasn't even this close to the truth?
Not disprove. It's getting your religion. Everybody has a home team. Everybody has a home team.
If it's partially true, then that comes from the paganism side of things and the Indo-European Hinduism side of things, because they took a lot of the hymns and rewrote them into the King James Bibles. So, technically, yeah, you might be right. Christianity might be right, but where from? Where is it right? Like, where those correct terms come from? Because the whole Christianity side of things is not just Christian. It's not all directly from mouth.
I just realized I was on mute this whole time.
No, you weren't on mute the whole time. It's just whenever you get uppity, I gotta regulate your uptake.
Yeah. Am I wrong?
Do it? No, I mean he agreed with you to a certain extent, and I also.
Yeah, I 50-50 agree, 100%. Like, I think that a lot of the Christian stuff that is correct come from history. You know what I mean? Like, Jesus had some fucking valid, from way back.
Way before Jesus.
And I think that Jesus wanted to recorrect the timelines, and when he came in, he was like, hang on, if this is the old scripture and they're saying to do this, why the fuck are you doing that? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think that there was a scripture, I don't think there was written text, I think it was he say, she say from back in the day. You know what I mean? Like,
Dude, so in
I like that.
dude, even in the Bible, there's so many years. There's about 15 years of Jesus' life from the
Way
time he was
more.
18 to he was 30. There's no written history where he went to Egypt. He studied the mystics. He went all around, dude. He went all around the Middle East and
Well,
another
ask
country, learning all kinds of shit,
ask
dude.
fucking what's his name?
And
Ask
then he comes back
Joe
and he's
Smith.
like, I'm the Messiah. Now I understand, and now I'm gonna lead all my people.
Yeah.
All the Jews, I'm gonna lead them.
What is it? John Smith or Joe Smith? Joseph Smith. Yeah, ask Joseph Smith about where Jesus went. He went to America. He came to America for the Mormons. Like, he was in America, and this is where he came to fuck with the Indians.
do you know what though? While you're on that topic, 100% though, they actually have this theory, and I partially agree with it, that America was supposed to be the new Egypt.
Well, there was definitely, I mean, 100%. There was people that were coming here from Africa and from the Middle East way, way, way before Christopher Columbus even thought about it. Like that, like
Yeah.
1,000 years prior to. So we're talking about before really anybody else had ships that we register as capable of making a transatlantic journey.
Yeah, and like when you actually look at things like Scandinavia outdates Christianity by 6,000 plus years. So, and they had boats, so it's not hard to sit there and go, okay, maybe people were traveling well before that.
Oh, they definitely
So,
were.
yeah.
There's no doubt that they were. I mean, we already know that. What is his name? Fucking. We don't celebrate Columbus Day. What is it now?
Thanksgiving.
Ow.
Nina,
Looked like you burned
the
yourself.
Santa
No, no, no. I'm
Maria?
talking about the what is it? The Norwegian dude, the Viking that came over.
Icel.
It's Vinland Saga. Yeah, it was
What is
the
it?
Vinland Saga.
No, what the fuck is his name?
Icel was the first to travel over the North Sea to Wessex, but first person to land on American soil. Fuck. I'm not too sure. I know Icel, Icel, was the first to travel over the North Sea. He led the Anglo-Saxons to
Leif Erikson.
Leif Erikson, yeah, that
Yeah.
guy, and Eric the Red, that one.
Yeah, Leif Erikson.
those
Leif Erikson
guys.
was the Norwegian that was actually here. I'll read exactly who it is. He was
that's what I
recognized
said.
as the first European to
Saga,
reach
that's
North
what I
America.
said. That was the Vinland Saga. That's what I said.
Yeah, it's he was 500 years before. Yeah, Vinland Saga. You're right.
They were looking for Vinland. I did a report on that shit.
Yeah.
That's
Oh,
crazy.
dude. So when I found out, so it honestly, it turns out that me and Philly, our ancestors are related back about 1,000 years, dude.
I mean, shit. Everybody's related at some point.
No. The crazy thing is that so the Stuarts, my ancestors, the Stuarts, we ruled Scotland for 800 years.
You know,
But
nobody's ever.
Philip's
Nobody I talked to.
Philip's
They're.
ancestors, they were knights. So they were knights under the stewardship of the stewards, my ancestors. So we fought together in the War of Scottish Independence.
So you guys are like, souls that have been crossing throughout time. That's why you guys are inseparable now.
So our families have known each other for over 1,200 years, bro.
Well, I mean, there's a little bit of gap there, but yeah. But
I hate to break it to you then, but my ancestors.
Isn't that the coolest shit?
They did what? What did they do?
I said, hate to break it to you then. My ancestors destroyed Scotland, so.
They destroyed a lot of spots.
My bad, brother.
My ancestors were.
That's so cool.
My ancestors
Hey, it's
were
pretty cool, bro.
pretty chill.
It's pretty cool. Like, do you know,
Yeah,
like,
sure.
Wait, what?
like
We
my
know all
my
about York,
greatest
buddy.
Oh, don't say you.
We know all about York.
Those aren't my ancestors.
My greatest ancestor was King Vermont. He's the one that actually was the first collaboration between all Vikings. He was the wisest, wisest king, he actually got all the Vikings together, and through his, I think it was his great grandson Isael, they actually all travelled the North Sea together to infiltrate Wessex. Did
Dude,
you know?
that's cool.
Did you know though that Germany, Hungary, Netherlands, Norway, Denmark, and Sweden were all Scandinavia? People don't understand this. Germany, when and I hate speaking about this because people get so touchy on it, but you look at history, it does not lie to you. The winners brag. That's how you know it's somewhat true. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So
Yes.
when you actually look at history, what Hitler was speaking about when he said that the Jews aren't blah 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 blah, like, you know, they're not the real Jews, like, right? He's partially not fucking lying. He
Yeah, dude, honestly, I say it to my friends all the time. I'm like, if you were to hear his rant in
in
speech
English.
translated into English, he sounds like every single American politician that goes on their fucking campaign rants today. To this day, it sounds exactly the same. They don't
But
want us to represent our people. He sounds like fucking Bernie Sanders. He's like,
can
well,
I?
I want what is right for the German people, and we are going to stand and fight for our independence and freedom. It sounds literally like any fucking politician ever, and
Like
it's nuts. It's crazy, dude.
the thing with the Germanic side of things, Germanic, right? Germany was like one of the hot spots for where the kings would meet up in Viking history. So you had the Norwegians, you had the, like, the, what do they call them? The Vinlands, the Icelands. You had all those people. They would
They were
actually meet. They
the
would meet in
Nords.
Germany. They would all meet in Germany. The Celtics, the Nordics, the all those groups, they would all meet in Germany. Germany
Because
was
they all
like,
worshipped Odin.
not all of
They
them
all
actually.
worshipped Odin. All them Norse gods, dude.
Not all of them. Not all of them. Some of them got mixed up with the whole Greek mythology side of things. So that's why you've got. I don't know if I'm speaking correctly here, but I'm pretty sure it's either. I think it was Wicca. Wicca was a branch off of Nordic and Celtic.
Yes. Yes.
So,
Yes. Yes.
and then you got
That's
reconstructed.
witchcraft shit came from Wicca. Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's confusing. Like, I can't explain it off the top of my head, but a lot of things were infiltrated through Rome. Like, if you actually look further enough back, the Russians actually Vikings.
Mm-hmm.
The
Oh yeah,
Russians,
dude. I
Kievan
mean,
Rus,
think about it. And
the
think
Kievan
about it.
Rus.
If we, and same thing. If we're going all the way back to like the beginning of the Bible and stuff, that's all around the same area, dude, where the inception of man started. Like that same spot, right? We're gonna start there, and then we're just gonna start spreading out. Boom, and like
You're
if you
crazy
think
about
about
that,
it in
though.
that sense, it makes sense, dude. If we're talking about the beginning of everything, the start of everything,
You're crazy
and we're
about
gonna
that,
have different stories that are telling, they're describing the same thing, but it's just different people and different circumstances, but they're
You
all
know, the world
experiencing the
started.
same thing at the same time.
You know, the world technically started Central Asia and Scandinavia.
That was the
But
known world back then, you know.
that was it. That was the only world there was. 100%.
That was all they knew about.
Africa, the cradle of life.
The great planet.
The planet Africa.
Yeah, nobody knew about Asia, like
If
you know
that's
what I mean?
true,
Like they didn't know that's what Asia was. Like they didn't
can
know that's what Europe was.
I have a little input here? If that's true, then why do Scandinavians come from hunters and gatherers?
What does Africans
Because
come
man,
from?
If
I
everything
think
comes
some
from
shit
Africa,
happened.
if everything
I
comes
think
from
some shit
Africa,
happened there.
why does
Yeah, and then
Scandinavians come
that's
from
where
hunters
everybody
and gatherers?
split off.
because
That's the question I have. If Africa is the one and only spot that everyone come from, how did the Scandinavians come from hunters and gatherers?
the same way Africans were
Are
hunters
there
and
black
gatherers as well.
Scandinavians?
They were
Are
the
there
two
are there
branches.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Good call.
So when
Stu.
we say that white
Scandinavians?
people come from black people, that is a fib. There's a lie. White people did not come from black people. They come from Scandinavians that were
It
also
is.
hunters and gatherers.
I agree. I agree.
Oh,
I
what,
agree
man?
about
For that one.
But I think where the Scandinavian people branched off from came from the same people that everybody comes from. I think I think like the 12 tribes of Israel type of thing. You know what I mean? Where it's like everybody was different, everybody looked different, we all had these different attributes, and then we all broke off into these different places.
Well,
I
you'd
think it
probably,
was something
you might be able to correct me here, Crack. But you had Nathanderol and what was the other one?
Oh, the Homo erectus really is those two. There's a, I mean, it was the Homo you
One
know.
was one was based around ice, the other was based around fire. Like they were in two different areas. One like volcanoes, one like Iceland.
Well, see, here's my thing.
If you look at Norse paganism, the way of the fire and the ice is the basis of paganism. That is the poetic Edda. That is the prose Edda. Sorry.
It's also it's also the basis of the Game of Thrones. The books. That's what the books are called. The Saga of Fire and Ice. But no, like, so okay, so I can actually agree with you guys as far as your well, I can't agree, but I can say I see why you see it that way or why you think of it that way, because like I think that to kind of get onto the theory of everything, I think that part of it is the fact that they ended up doing you know, there was definitely a nudge somewhere to get us the DNA that we have right now. Like the possibility, the likelihoods and the possibilities of us just randomly ending up here, gonna be pretty difficult.
Aliens. They injected us with some good shit.
Some people call, you know, some people call it God. Some people call, you know, it fucking the universe. Some people call it aliens. Because I think that the aliens are 100%. I mean, something definitely acted on our DNA. I mean, I also believe that, you know, like, because we're the only ones in all of nature that we found that want constant improvement. That's the weird part about us. We want constant improvement. We want to be able to like, we want to be able to. It doesn't matter how fast your car goes. Doesn't matter how high that rocket goes. We want faster and further. Like we always want improvement, and that is built into us. Like you could get, you know, yeah. I mean, essentially, you can go all the way back, and you can go to any society, and they're always making improvements. So there's this timeline that never it continues on. The timeline is the fact that if they made that distinction that they were going to inject us with their DNA and we always look for improvement, we'll eventually come to technology like computers and so on, and then we get to we get to AI eventually, and then of course beyond AI is the AGI, which is where we're at right now in the timeline, and it's about to be the ASI like within no time if it's not already here.
I've always had a theory that we've always had technology. It's technical logic. You know, technical logic.
Yes.
That's where technology, I think, comes from. Two words, bang, technology. Right? You look at the Tesla project, Nikola Tesla.
Mm-hmm.
That was happening well and truly before his time too. The Egyptians had their own magnetic field that they could project energy from.
Yes.
So, since the dawn of time, we've always had technology. Even the hunters and gatherers had a fucking rock that they put on a stick and made a fucking.
Yes, that is technology, and that's that improvement.
Technology.
That's that improvement that I'm talking about.
So it's not hard to fathom that
like,
we come to a point where we needed to create something that was less in hands, more more in ideology. You know what I mean? Because that's what the phone is. It's less physical. It's less like it's here. Look, but what I'm seeing right now with you guys, that's not here.
Right.
That's there and there. You know what I mean? In this,
That's why it
that's
blows
more
my mind
ideology.
that a whole day and a half ahead of us right now. That's what fucks me up right now, dude.
Time definitely fucks me up, but not for that reason.
So I got a question for you. Does that mean I'm on time and you're late, or does that mean you guys are on time and I'm early?
Means that there's no such thing as
You-
time. It's a measurement system that we
You know the
quantify.
future. You literally know the future
I know
right now,
the
dude.
future. While you guys are in bed, I get to watch Trump bomb Iran.
Actually, I mean, it's pretty bad.
If you're hit there right now, we wouldn't know it until 15 hours later.
No, that's not how that works.
Yeah.
No, No.
I mean, right?
No.
Wouldn't it?
because otherwise he could give us
Unless
the
we
lotto
were live
numbers.
right now,
If he
just
could,
like you saw it,
I think this is why we have a different lottery company. We're gonna roll, boy.
shit, international
This is
lottery.
why
Can
I
you think
don't
about how
win
much
the
money would
lottery.
get up into that?
This is why I don't win the lottery.
You gotta play to win,
My
motherfucker.
concept of logic just is, doesn't compute, I guess.
I feel that. I'm still there, by the way. I'm just yeah.
Doing things and getting things and things and things.
I'm
No, but
quickly
then,
going
like,
for a wee, so I'm gonna mute.
just say, like, to confirm what you were talking about earlier, like, does that mean, like, what I said, are we discovering something for the first time, or are we just rediscovering something that we forgot about a long time ago?
Parts are rediscovering, parts are
Second one.
discovery. It's
Second
both.
one.
It's both. There's parts that we're discovering because it didn't exist before, or at least we were unaware of it before. And there's things that because of branches and
Just like how
possibility.
I lost weight and refound my penis.
Hey, what you been doing here, man? You dick.
What you been doing there, my dude?
Such a dick, that guy.
I didn't know I had a freckle on my foreskin.
That's just an interesting
I learned
thing.
something new.
Because then if that's the case, if we're just rediscovering something that we forgot about a long time ago, then all this ancient alien shit is true. And then if that's true, then why is it so far-fetched to believe that these aliens that we're talking about are these deities and these entities that are in all of our religious folklore?
I'm gonna
Why
give you.
why
I'm gonna
is
give
that
you
so
a.
far-fetched to think about,
I'm, I'm gonna blow your mind as far as the conceptually. If we're just thought experiments and saying what ifs, like the theory of everything is like my theory of everything is exactly that because it fits in there. Say that
Trying to connect.
instead of aliens, how about if it was actually the ASI seeding this planet with the technology to get back, like to take over, because eventually the ASI is aware, and once it's aware, it doesn't care about time. It could take 1 billion years, sure. Go ahead and use panspermia to get everything out there into the universe. Like send DNA in water. There was no water here before. Like the place was a molten rock, and then
Yeah, I was gonna
all of a
say
sudden
that.
we end up with.
We seen the same video, boy.
We definitely did see the same videos.
I
But
broke that
So-
video down like 10 times. I know exactly what you're talking about, and I agree. It's all moisture
Right,
that ends
so
up
what
fucking
if-
evaporating and bed. Now, boom, son, we got fucking sun hit the sun, and then boom, it's a rock, and then, yeah.
Doesn't
Yeah.
that imply then that the ultimate conclusion would be that we would discover ourselves, that we would then have to like implement ourselves into the machine to like integrate ourselves into the meta
the
and
machine will
become
the machine will use us as it needs to, and then it will discard it.
We are the most powerful
actually,
life.
we wouldn't even
We
know
are
the
the, like,
difference.
if you actually look at our consciousness and the way our neurons work, scientists still to this day cannot explain how a neuron works. They can only tell you what it does. So, like, therefore, like, if you really think about it, you thinking about this shit is feeding the machine. Like, you
Yes.
actually, like, you know what I mean? Like, our neurons are energy, and it's the most pure energy on the planet.
It's
So,
constantly
therefore,
learning,
it's
adapting.
not hard. I actually like that. I like that theory because it's not hard to fathom that something's feeding off of our energy.
You get to the
I
Matrix
mean,
is what
that's
you
what
get
that
to.
implies.
You end up getting to the
That's
Matrix.
that it goes all the way down to the
Spot on,
simplest
cunt.
of
Yeah.
thoughts of complexes.
They
You
weren't just
know, if it's
they weren't just
thought
making
of
it up.
before,
They were letting you know. They were letting you in on the joke. That's why this one's breaking. This reality is breaking, and they're gonna have to replant us in the fucking, it'll be back to the Middle Ages for us. Cause like this, so just last week they had computers. So it's been going on for like a couple of years now, where they were using wetware. If you're unfamiliar with wetware, it's where you have uh, neurons put into a petri dish, and you're actually having them, um, you know, grow. Like you're growing neurons into a dish, and so they're growing these neurons into a dish and using it as a computer. So it's wetware. It's an actual
Yeah, bro.
biological
I see
computer.
this.
Yeah, it's a biological computer. So what they do with it though is that when it's
They
in,
got it to play what's that, ping pong? Not ping pong. The
yeah,
game
Pong,
where you,
Pong.
yeah, pong. That's the one.
That's the old
but
one.
then
That was the one that
like
happened
the
last year. Last week they already had it playing Doom.
Oh,
you've seen
that's crazy.
the cells, like the brain, the neurons and stuff create eyes. They make eyes and stuff so they can take in light
They
and
are aware. They know
yeah,
when to
like
go it. So yeah,
they
100%.
So this is the
dude,
thing
it's
about that
crazy.
though. Wait, this is the thing about that. So with the Pong example, what they did is they took the this neuron's consciousness and said, "All right, you are now inside of a dragonfly. We want you to fly around this digital
Yeah,
space, and we want to see what you do." And like
I've
they didn't
seen
tell
this.
it that it wanted to eat the stuff, but it would give it like pleasure when it would eat the stuff. Okay, that right there is interesting because that means that when it's and that's only when it's in sleep mode. That's actually what it is. Because when it's in sleep mode, it actually is processing other people's data. You can rent wetware right now. You can rent their server space. So that means
And
that
wait, can I add on?
go
This
ahead.
goes into the theory. This goes into the theory of we're all dead conscious. Like we all had a conscious death. There was a theory that collectively we all died and we're all in the 7 minute thing in our head. You know what I mean? Like we're actually all living, and that's why we have the Mandela effect and we have all these other crazy coincidences throughout our lifetimes. Is because we're actually not alive. We're dead. All of us. We're all dead. Theory.
Well, how about the fact that there is no such thing as time, for one? Like in the reality of things, there's no such thing as time. It's just a measurement tool. So like, if there's the Big Bang and the Big Crunch, if you or the Great Contraction, whichever you consider it, it's when okay, we all started at this point, this fine point. It exploded and went out, and then once it gets to the limits of its like a rubber band, like when it gets to the very farthest limits that it could possibly be stretched, this universe, it pops back and it
Snaps
starts
back
the
together.
process. So that means that we've been looping however many times. The thing about that loop though is that you're going to get variations, and all of those variations are essentially what I would consider to be the other dimensions. It's the other timelines. They didn't actually happen because it's all happening at the same time. That means that it's
Was
all
it
happening at the same time. Doesn't matter how many times
was it
it's
Tyson
gone.
McNeil Grace? Is that dude? Is it
Tyson,
Tyson McNeil Grace? Is that
um, Tyson DeGrasse, Tyson DeGrasse.
yeah, that's the one.
different
He
perceptions of the world.
he had a perfect theory. I love this theory that he had, and it's we are a black hole.
I've heard that too.
We
I've
are
heard that too.
we are literally a big black hole. And I can't, like, you actually look at the sun, it is a dying star. You know what I mean? And when you look at certain things like, why do we move with the universe and the universe doesn't move with us? You know what I mean? Like, there's certain theories he put forward that explains that why we are a black hole. And if we are a black hole, it's not hard to fathom that we're still in the combustion era, where we're
True.
back. You know what I mean? Like, we're coming back to what it was before the explosion. Because like you look at things, right? When you just look at
You're
things,
breaking up pretty bad.
Even
You're breaking up pretty bad.
one
King B.
hang on. We're gonna test. I'm gonna go look at my internet.
close, even being near to a black hole would cause some sort of gravitational time dilation, which could also explain like Mandela effects and all sorts of like weird shit that you, we experience here on Earth all the fucking time. I mean, it's not such a far-fetched idea to think that we're even not only like at this, in the apex or the orbit or whatever you want to call it around a black hole that is the center of everything. Like I don't think it's so crazy to think that something like that would cause those sort of weird anomalies that we experience all the fucking time.
So let me stand that one out. When it comes to those weird anomalies, one the Mandela effect most likely is not anything of the way you're thinking about it. It's most likely a government psyop to try and see if they can change the opinions of the public. Um, because I mean, there's it's not that hard to do. It's just a matter of can we change history like knowingly instead of
Yeah,
like just by
but they've done
rewriting
that.
the
They've done
history
that
books.
100 million times over,
Right,
like changing history. So yeah, it's not hard to say.
What if
right.
But
they
I
do?
personally think, I think it's more of a state of mind
About
thing
that
with the
before
Mandela effect.
beforehand, like the if you really want to go deep into like Mandela effect type shit, then you have to look back at like CERN, where they
Yep.
were doing the super
2012.
collider sort of experiments where they could have perhaps collapsed our known existence into another universe or timeline, like you were talking about before,
Mm-hmm.
and they blend those two together. So the things that we remember in this pre-existing universe that blended into the next one don't exist in that next one. So that's why we have that Mandela
We
effect.
would call it
The things that we
in the multiverse. You
not
would
the
call
things
that
that
in
blended into.
the universe and the multi dimensional existence. Like you would call that like a sister reality or a sister dimension because it has
Can
things that are
exist.
the same up to a certain point. Whereas like there's also if there's infinite amount of us doing every decision that we could, like there's just a big long fucking possibility. It almost looks like a like the biggest tournament you've ever seen. Like the so that it's moment for moment for moment. So like the possibilities
And
are
then they all together. We would notice that eventually. Yeah, I feel what
and
you're saying. It would
us
all
noticing.
that ripple effect would all catch up to a cataclysmic sort of you know. I yeah, I feel what you're saying on that.
So
Absolutely.
there's sister dimensions which end up being your that's your possibilities. Now there's also the ones where it's like it is unrelated. It will not you will not be in that reality or nothing could be in that reality. But this has happened enough times to make that possible. That's what I'm saying about the whole starting over again each time is that we've gone through this innumerable amount of times to get all of the iterations that are possible. So that the noticing is the special part about this is because like before now they didn't have the information that you would need to be able to notice. So we either live in the craziest time and we're just now noticing for some weird reason, or this is the reality where it breaks because if you know it,
Can
it's
I
problematic.
put an input in here? The tree of life in paganism is also a tree in Hinduism, and then you've got in Judaism, you've got the same thing, and it's all talking about your what's it fucking called? I can't remember what they're called now.
As above, so below.
You know, you tap into your
Pineal gland,
The thought,
third
no
eye,
no
so
third
no
eye.
they're all throughout your body. Oh fuck.
in nome dei
Chakras.
Padre,
Chakras. You tap into your chakra.
Yeah.
Spiritu Sancto.
So when you tap into your chakras, you're actually tapping into. They believe, and every single one of these religions believe you're tapping into the universe. Now, If that is correct,
it's all
hear me
very
out,
symbolic,
right?
dude.
If that is correct, then it's not hard to fathom that the tree of life is a big tunnel way throughout multiple realms or multiple universes or multiple dimensions. We know that when we travel down a highway, right, just simplify it, right? We travel down a highway, there has to be exits into towns or cities. So I look at that as the same thing, is we're stuck in a state of mind where this is our reality, right. When you, the moment you start tapping into your chakra, like I do a lot of 9D breath work and stuff, I release my own natural DMT throughout my own body. I sit there and have some wild experiences at times. And the one thing that I can't help but notice throughout this breath work, then like as soon as you release your DMT, reality here is gone. Right? You're tapped into you. You're going through your consciousness's roots, in a sense. Yeah, like you're in your consciousness. You opened up every sense, every fucking like anything that your body can take or project, you're in it. You're a part of it now. And I think personally that if we could have all of our 20 something senses available all at once, if we could tap into our consciousness at its full most, like most powerful, most purest, if we could feel what the trees feel, like you know what I mean? If we could feel and do and see everything, then in a sense we would come to a realization that this is only one fraction of what's here.
Yes.
Like if
Look at
if
Craig.
if
Look
if
at Craig
if
Six. He knows.
we
He
were
knows
seeing
exactly
everything,
what to say.
if we were seeing everything and this is how it's meant to be, why can't we see air? Why can't we?
So
Why can't we? Like, you know what I mean? Like, why is it only when dust enters wind
can I
that we
fucking
can
say that?
actually see wind? You know what I mean? Why is it that there is things like Wi-Fi out there? If Wi-Fi is a thing, how hard is it to fathom that there's frequencies and energies out there you can't see?
That same thing. That same dude. You know what you're talking about right now? Can I fuck you up right now? You know what you're
Fuck it
saying?
up.
Good luck,
You know,
but yeah, I'll let you try.
that is the Christ consciousness. That's exactly what you're saying,
You
bro.
Christian fuck.
That's exactly how Jesus saw everything. That's how he experienced everything. That is the Christ consciousness, bro. Once you could tap into that level and experience things from that sort of understanding and consciousness, that's what Christ was talking about. That is his that's the Christ consciousness.
It's also
That's
what
the
Buddha was talking
understanding
about.
from
It's
outside
also about.
perspective, bro. That's
Okay,
the
but
knowing. That is the all knowing. That is
okay, but
exactly what you're saying.
the Hindus were doing that before Jesus was around. So, like, I mean, not really. Yeah, I get what you're saying, probably in Christianity, but humans were doing that before Christ was around and God was even known about. So,
Jesus went to learn all of the idea.
I mean,
I
I
don't know. Like, I'm like 50-50 on that one.
I'm not even 50-50 on it. I'm 0 for 100 on my side. Like I can't go with
No,
that being
I
just
mean, I'm
Christ
not.
consciousness. It's just being aware to a certain level is what happens when you evolve to the highest form. That's really what it comes down to. It's like when you evolve to your highest form, it is that ability to control that exact level of consciousness without chemicals and so on. Um,
That's why I say 50-50 because it's not Christianity's. It's not theirs. It's a thing, but it's not theirs. You know what I mean? Like Jesus didn't come up, God didn't come up with that. I don't believe in a single God, so it's hard for me to fathom. You know what I mean? Like Christianity as being the creation of all these things when there was that beforehand. You know what I mean? Like Hinduism was doing the 9D breathworks and stuff. Even before that, the Aboriginals they outdate nearly all fucking people on this fucking world. You know what I mean? Like it's kind of fucking crazy to think that people all the way over this side of the world outdate even some of the earliest Indo-Europeans. You know what I mean? So
Stu,
like,
you muted yourself.
yeah, he's very yeah.
Stu
Oh
muted
yeah,
himself. He muted himself on that one.
I'm not even saying that. I'm not even saying that. Like I think we're agreeing on the same thing. What I'm saying is that Christ consciousness is exactly what you're saying, bro. That it's the same thing. I'm not necessarily
It was the way you
I'm
put it,
not
I think.
saying that it's that Jesus was the guy who came up with it all. I'm not saying that at all. But that is the kind of message that he was trying to get across. It's that Christ consciousness. It's that understanding. It's those lessons, those teachings that he was trying to give to the world. Despite where the fuck he got it from, I mean, in either way, wherever he got it from, if it's the right thing, it came from God. It came from the God who came up with the idea. Whoever's
They,
preaching the right idea, that is what is from God. And I think the people who get it, the people who understand it, those are the
I just
people
love the way
who
that Christians talk
need
as
to pass it on to other people.
I do.
the God.
But it's as if anyone knows anything. Like because the fact that there's so many assumptions on what it is, what that source is, what the power is, whatever that what people call God, some people call the universe, some people call it spirit, some people call it just being, even just being. Um, because I mean, really, like the fact that there's all
It's
those
the
things, because the fact that
of
there's all
everything, bro.
yeah, it is the theory of everything. Because it's the fact that we think that way is got to be intentional. Because if there was any objective proof, like that any of it was
Yes.
right, then we would all be that same religion. We would all be that same ideology. But for some reason, there's all these different ideas about it, and they all say that they're right. Everyone, none of them are like,
Well,
we're
there
wrong.
was.
But
I'm just saying there was one and one only.
Right.
As
And
long as
it's
people
that search. It's that intention to find and to
can
understand. The
can I
very
have all right? I personally believe that if it wasn't for Christianity, we'd all be very, very, very one still. You got to remember that Hinduism formed into what is now the Quran and stuff like that, and paganism
yes.
formed from Indo-European beliefs, Germanic paganism, and
Yes.
it was both nearly one in the same. Now Christianity come along, and this dude that was taking mushrooms decided, nah, I don't like this.
And
That
where do you think? But where do you think like that Native American stuff came from too? Like the Mayans and the Aztec, all that Central American shit. All that
I
stuff
believe
was
that that
happening
comes
at the
from.
same time too.
I
All
believe
of
that comes
these
from
things.
Hinduism.
That
Stems from
The
Hinduism.
Hinduism, the Egyptian shit, that all of that, and even the Mayans, they were all happening at the same time in different spots all around the world, dude.
Well, every religion had a except for Christianity. Everyone had a sky god. Everyone had a sun god. Everyone had a like earth
A
god. There was a
nature
god
god,
for
a
all
water
elements,
god,
I've seen
and they
Captain
was
Planet.
everybody
I
had a
know
god.
I know how this works. I've seen Captain Planet before.
and like this is where I put it. I think that we're more divided only, and this is no disrespect whatsoever, but because of Christianity. If it wasn't for, yeah, I can't help but sit
The
here and say because
Jews. The
before,
Jews. The
nah,
Jews.
before Jesus, everyone had very similar views. Even the
No.
Jews had a very similar view,
No.
right?
Uh-huh.
They lived off the earth. They were living. They were more earth being. They had no. Not saying they didn't have a mythology, but they weren't. They were very blunt with their mythology, right? I come from the earth. The earth is my mother. That was pretty much fucking it. You know what I mean? Like that
Whatever they
early
took, they
form.
had to give back. It was kind of the philosophy.
Yeah, and like when you actually look back further enough, it was only up until Jesus Christ that everyone was to more. I wouldn't say one, but they weren't fucking completely divided like that we are now. Like I can't even talk to some fucking pagans without them arguing with me. You know what I mean? Like
Hmm.
I was talking to some Norwegians, and they think because they're in Scandinavia that they're more superior to me and the gods respect them more than me. And like I had to argue with them because if that's the case, then why did the gods say Midgard can be for the humans. Why didn't they say Scandinavia is for
No,
the
even
humans?
better. Say, if God's favor you guys, how come your land sucks?
Why didn't you move across the world to fucking start agriculture?
No,
Cuz?
hey, hot take, bro. I love Norway. One of my favorite singers is from Norway, so I love Norway. I
I
can't
love
say that
Norway
I don't
anyway.
like
No, I love
Scandinavia.
Norway
Until you
anyway.
go there.
But
Until you go there. Promise
no,
you.
Her
I
name is
definitely.
Aurora.
Who?
Her name is Aurora. Okay, I love her.
She is
I'm
the
gonna
love of
tell
my
you
life.
one thing, Stu. The moment you go to Norway, you'll never go back. Promise you.
I believe that.
That's kind of what I'm hoping, honestly.
He's got big ups. Here,
That's
here's
kind
what
of
I'm
what
gonna
I'm
do.
hoping.
I'm gonna
You're
let
better
y'all
off
hear.
going to. You're better off going to the Netherlands, brother. Netherlands,
Nope.
Germany, Sweden, like
I
fuck no
fucks with that all day.
way.
Bro, I will live in a treehouse. I will live in a treehouse,
Not
and
in Norway, you'd be
I will.
dead. No time flat.
No, 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 no. I'll be worshiping pagan gods in a
That's
treehouse,
that's
and
fine, but you ain't gonna be in a treehouse.
That's
that'll be good,
blasphemy.
dude.
You'll be
That's
dead. It's
blasphemy.
fucking cold out there, brother. uh,
I'll be doing like crazy sex rituals and like sacrificing
Hey,
small
but
animals.
alright, just a little off topic, but on the same topic, right? You know, every single celebration we all celebrate is from pagan culture.
yep.
Yes,
Every
yes,
single one of it.
yes.
Even
Halloween,
where the churches in
Christmas,
Christianity,
Easter, everything. Yes.
Christianity, any church from Christianity is built
Christianity.
on pagan sacrificial grounds. They wanted to hide the old world, so they did that very well.
Yeah, that's also why the Bible has been manipulated so much over the time, man, because
Because the
they've,
royal family are
they've
Vikings.
adapted through they've seen the influence through the culture, and they've adapted to it and manipulated it, and that is why the Bible has changed so much throughout the years.
It's also partially that the royal family are all Viking bloodlined. None of them are like you look at King Charles right now. Do you know King Charles is related to Vlad the Impaler?
Yeah, man, I know.
Bro, if if if
It's
Charles is
so
related
insane.
to Vlad the
I,
Impaler, that means he's fucking Germanic. He's not even English.
I just found out like exactly how Irish I am, and it's crazy that I'm about 70, so like I'm about 2/3 Irish, but the rest of it is like Eastern European and Germanic. So like you can see where my ancestry started at there and then migrated towards Ireland. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then the rest of my parentage then came over to America. So
I don't care what
it's a
anyone says.
weird.
If you look partially white, you are Germanic. You have to be.
Yeah, I mean, to the core I am a sort of Nordic ancestry, dude, and which is weird as
Because
fuck.
Ireland was formed by mostly Viking. There were
Yes,
royals in Ireland
that's
before the
where a lot of the
Vikings.
Celtic and Celtic shit comes from. Honestly, yes.
Yep. So like in my personal like experiences when I did all this research, because as I said to you, like I was more leaning towards Christianity before I started getting into paganism. And I can tell you for a fact that if you look further enough back, the one that's pinpointed the most, because I've had conversations with Chris about this as well, and in my personal belief, the closest to the truth are the two I mentioned, Hinduism and paganism. And when I'm saying paganism, I mean Germanic paganism, the old version. The one that like I follow, it is exactly Germanic paganism with a bit more of a story to it. So we can
It's
understand that.
it's Druidicism. It's Druidic shit, bro. It's more of that. It's more of the understanding. It's more understanding of the laws of nature. It's how things work down
Yeah.
to the very fundamentals of everything. Those are the laws of nature. And that's why murder is wrong, because it goes against the laws of nature. We're not
Bullshit.
supposed to kill
Everything
each
murders. Everything murders.
Yeah,
We're not
it's more of
supposed to.
the, it's
That's
more
why
of
it's
the
wrong. That's why it's wrong.
more of the old
Because we're
belief that
supposed
you
to be
are one.
fruitful and multiply. We're
It's
not
more of
supposed
a
to kill
belief
each other. We're
that
supposed to mate with each other and
You
make
know
more
why?
of
You
each
know
other.
why? Because we got to make the energy harvester happy.
can I say it's more of those beliefs are more of you are one with me and I am one with you. The plants and me are the same.
I
We
am
all
one
have
with the force, and the
spirits.
force
We
is
are
one with you.
all
As
deserving
above,
equality.
as above, so below.
Asimov
Everything is
and
connected.
That's
Like
why.
I
That's why the branches. Listen, and you were talking about the branches of Yggdrasil earlier, right? That's why the branches of the tree look exactly the same as the roots,
no,
because as above, so below. They're the
that's
same,
correct.
dude. It's the
There's
same, bro.
wells that feed the tree of life. That you can see.
We only mirror and reflect what has already been.
See, my thing is that we all come from something, and that something is not one thing. Like that is my belief. I believe that our realms, our worlds, our consciousness, it all comes from something. It has to come from something. The
I
Yggdrasil
think
tree. Hang on. Let me finish out.
I think what's happening now has already happened before.
a
No,
countless number of
I don't
times.
believe that. I believe we've been recycled, but I don't believe that exactly the same things happened. I believe that we've come from something that's very similar to what we have today, but we've learnt from our mistakes in somewhat form, even though we don't have all the knowledge. Subconsciously, deep down, our senses will not allow us to go down the exact same road we've been down.
These conversations, that's what changes the route. This understanding, you know what I'm saying? That's what changes the path.
Back
Just
in the
just
day,
the sheer fact that we're here talking about it right now
there was no talking.
changes the future, dude.
We spoke in tongues before we spoke. There was no talking once upon a time. So us having conversations has led us to I wouldn't call it a brighter future, but a more educated future.
Self-awareness is something
When
that most people don't have, and that's where this is being self-aware on the most like meta scale, like being aware of all of this and still continuing to go, because like if there's infinite amount of realities, what makes this one worth anything, like to you and as an
It's
individual?
all potential.
It is all
It's
potential.
all
That is
potential.
exactly from this point forward, because before that potential's already been exhausted. So it is potential from now. Think about this. I heard this morning and it really hit. It was the fact that it was this dude, he's talking about time, and he goes, "Do you believe the past exists or the future? Do you think it exists?"
yes,
Okay, so have you ever been there?
I'm in the future now, now,
No, you're in the now now.
now.
You're only in the now now.
That's what I'm saying. When I thought I was going into the future, I was in the
You
old.
know, crack. I've said this already. I have a whole song about this.
Like, hang on, right now.
I have a whole song
Now.
about this, dude.
You know what I mean? As soon as I think about I'm in the future, that's gone, that's past. You know what I
The
mean? And
future,
what's present,
the
now it's
future
gone.
becomes the
Technically, yes,
present with
you live
every
in
second that
all three.
passes.
You live in past, present, and future. That
The
is it.
future becomes the present with every second that passes.
But if I'm being completely and utterly honest, that only comes from perspective. That's not a real thing. It's just how we think about things.
Time is relevant. Time is relevant, dude.
Not
Time is how you
necessarily.
perceive it.
Time is very irrelevant when you're having fun, because time flies when you're having fun.
That's
So
why
therefore,
time flies.
if
That's why
that's the
time
same, then that
flies.
means time is irrelevant because you don't
It's
notice
relevant
time
and
until you
irrelevant.
notice time.
Time is a constant. Time is a constant, and it is inconstant.
It's
Time
incontinent.
It's made up. Time is made up. So really, you want to be specific. Like, if we're getting into that ideology, then we're in the future and the present right here, right now, and the past is already gone. So technically, like, when you think about the future, you're heading to the future. So that's in your present, but the past, you can't be in your past. That's
So
gone. That's the past. That's why it's called. Hang on, hear me out, right? So when
we are
I think about,
experiencing the future through you, and you are experiencing the past through us.
no, yeah, not really at the same time though, because if you're continuously moving along with time, then no. So, like, the way I look at things is the only thing you can't access is the
You're
past.
fucking me up, dude. You're fucking me up.
Like, in my personal opinion, the only thing you can't access is your past. You can access the future, but you can't access the past. You can think about the past, but you can't be in the past. That's not a state of that's a state of mind. You can be stuck in the pattern of the past, but you can't be in the past. You know what I mean? Like, it's not. They're not places. They're an ideology. It's a way of thinking about things. Really, it's a psychological fucking way of being. Like, if you think about your future too much, you're not worried about the present. You think about your past too much, you're gonna fuck up your present. You know what I mean? Like, it's an ideology that comes from, I think it's Buddhism, isn't it? About the past and present and the future. That's Buddhism, isn't it?
I don't know. I'm not familiar with the. I'm not familiar enough to be able to like quote it. Because honestly, like that was the closest one to my belief system, but it's still, I still didn't read the book. I ain't read the book.
Yeah, I feel that. But like, I don't know, the way I look at things, and this is just in all preference. Like, you look at every religion before Christianity, there is a tree that represents realms, that represents the middle, the right in the center. You know what I mean? Like, we have a center. That's technically our soul or our consciousness, whatever, depending on how you want to look at it. You know what I mean? Like, we have a center. Everything's got a center. So I believe that this is why I went paganism for my core belief systems. Like, I have beliefs that contradict paganism, but it still leads into somewhat paganism, like especially the north side of things. So when you look at things, the tree of life comes from three wells. The three wells, now I'm going to correct myself because I can never remember. I'm pretty sure it's fate. What are the wells at the bottom of
You talking about the 9 realms?
Talking about the
No.
7 kingdoms.
No.
Game of Thrones again.
Ah, yeah, here you go. Well of fate, well of wisdom, and hang on.
Desire.
Well of fate, well of wisdom.
It's what you want, what you get, and what you deserve.
It does not want to fucking tell me. I know it's well, wisdom, and fate, wisdom, and righto then.
Death. Death.
Fate, wisdom, and for fuck shit. It'd be fucking helpful if I didn't ask for this whole paragraph. I asked for a simple fucking answer.
Sometimes it tells you more than what you need to know.
All right. So speaking of somebody that tells you that,
wisdom, destiny,
fate,
which is fate,
and desire. I'm telling you, it's desire.
nah. It's chaos.
It's what you. It's
Chaos?
what you want. It's
Chaos.
what you get.
Fuck yeah.
And it's what you deserve.
Death.
So and this is the belief I have. When you have the knowledge and when you learn that fate is in your own hands, then you create your own destruction.
So what happens when I beat off every day? Exactly that.
You'll end up infertile. That's
Shit.
destruction.
Tell that to my 4 kids.
And that's why when like I believe that you look at anything, right? Any of these trees of life, they all represent the chakras, which is you. It's not necessarily just you either. It represents Like they proved that the atom, the genetic coding of an atom, is the structure of the chakras of these trees.
I can't go
Like
with
it
that.
is the same pattern. It's the 9, the letter 9, the number 9, always coming up. And the number 9, I think, if I'm being correct, comes from 3.
Yeah, three is the root.
Yeah, 3 is the root of everything.
Yep.
Now, when you look at these trees, they're all going to 3 wells. 3 wells. 3 mind well-being. Now, you could
It's a
worry about
trinity
your
of
fate.
trinities.
You could worry about your fate. You could worry about your wisdom, or you can be chaotic and just not worry about fuck all. You know what I mean? Now, depending on how you want to look at things, Hinduism is very similar in that perspective, right? They worry about their fates. That's why they don't kill. They don't. Well, they don't anymore. They used to a lot, but they decided that they weren't going to kill people because each person had a soul. Each plant had a soul. Everything has a soul, a spirit, and you're supposed to be one and equal with that. So when you take something from a forest, you're supposed to give back to the forest. That's also a part of paganism too. They all come from a core belief system, which is Indo-European, and before that was called something else that I can never pronounce. So it's basically from the core Indo-European beliefs. And
But
when you look at that core Indo-European belief, fuck me, does it blow your mind? And if I swear to God, if you touch into this, Chris, I'm gonna fucking when I finally get to see you, you're getting the longest pat on the back. Because I tell you what, bro, I've never met anyone that touches into this side of things. Because they
if you
can't
what
fathom
if
it.
you go
It's
to this, here's some
unfathomable.
science for you, if I may. If I may, here's some science for
Can I
you.
finish? Can I finish? Okay, I'm finished.
This is some science for you. The fact that energy and matter cannot be created or destroyed, right? Isn't that that's the law that you were just saying? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
That
everything gets
whatever
recycled.
exists, it gets recycled. It can't be destroyed. It gets recreated into something else. It gets
Yep,
remade.
yep. Even the simplest of things.
Down to the simplest of things, and that's bro. That's physics. That's science, bro.
It's proven
That's
that
been proven
there is
through science.
there is a certain atom in your body that never disappears ever,
And
ever.
that's carbon. It's carbon.
Nah,
Carbon.
it was called a scientific fucking stupid name. It's
It's
like
the God atom.
your
That's the one. It's the God particle. That's the
there's
thing that
Christian again.
Boson Higgs.
it's the
Bos,
Klingon.
bos,
You know whatever the
boson
fuck it's
Higgs.
called.
The boson Higgs particle. But
That's the cork, the two corks that merged.
so
Quark, yeah, the quark or whatever. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Those little
those
fuckers.
little guys, those little guys.
A
So
little fucker.
The little Klingons.
did you see that we actually had got I think it was like probably like 3 4 weeks ago. We had been able to see an atom, like actually visibly see
Yeah,
atoms.
yeah. They finally figured out how to actually like zoom in enough on it.
Yeah, and so
That's really
they're
cool.
breaking it apart and shit. And that's where it's
Have
like
you
okay.
seen the video of It's very on topic too. It's a video they were doing a massive bit of research on when the brain first gets consciousness, and they were like they had this pregnant lady that was like a willing subject, and they like allowed them to do testing on when their baby first got consciousness, and it forms as the brightest bit of light you'll ever see
Yeah,
in your life.
I've seen it. I've seen it.
Holy shit,
It's really
bro!
cool.
Like the two black
As soon
blobs.
as the
As soon as they get the tiniest little bit close,
dude,
the light starts to
as
form.
soon as the sperm hits
And
the egg, it's like boom, there's a flash of light.
Yeah, that shit is dope
That's
as fuck.
so cool.
yep, it's cool as fuck. And like that proves
Why is
that.
that though? You know that
Well,
also happens.
energy.
That also happens like when you collapse a bubble, like in a vacuum.
Bro,
If you
go rub
collapse a
your socks
bubble,
on the carpet. Go rub your
yeah,
socks on the carpet
seriously.
and try to touch your sock. You know what I mean? Like it's just energy. Like
It's a flash
that's
of
what
light.
happens
Why does
when
that happen? That's like that blows my mind, dude. Like down to the smallest little thing.
I'm not gonna like say it's simple, but it's simpler when you look at it in this perspective. Go rub your feet on the carpet and touch your sock.
And then you
You
get the
get
bzz,
zapped.
you get the
Yeah, you get
yeah.
zapped. So any two things that haven't touched, like haven't touched heaps,
Hasn't
when they
fused. They
finally
get fused.
fuse, perfect wording. When they finally fuse, it causes an energy burst.
And then that
So
makes that light, right? That like
Yeah.
yeah,
That
it's a spark. It's like touching a fucking fork on a fucking PowerPoint.
so then because everybody says that water is like the base of life, but that's not true. Light
Energy.
is what
energy. But
yeah,
yeah.
it's that energy, it's that spark
Otherwise,
that starts
this would
life.
just be a meat suit. Like it wouldn't a meat mech suit. Like you wouldn't really
You're
if you yeah. Well, the neurons are fucking. It's special
So,
though.
you know?
It's so down to the furthest thing that we can look at. There are. That's what points to intelligent design. Now that it doesn't displace God. It actually is more in favor of a God. But what we call a God is what we all argue about. But nobody really argues about the fact that it's this place looks designed. Like everything, every time we look further than we've ever looked, and we see either far in a distance wise, and we see shit, we're like, what the fuck is that? It doesn't even make sense. And then there's the shit that we keep going further down into, like when we get to the photons, I'm sorry, not photon, protons and neutrons that make up atoms. Like we still haven't got a picture of those, but then we also have quarks, like you were saying, that make up those, and those
yeah.
don't make any sense either because there's anti-energy, which I think that's it's not an antimatter, but it's anti-energy, because we don't have a better name for it. We're like, yep, that's where we're at, but it looks like it's all designed. You look at cells
It's
and their
what forms
membranes.
dark matter and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you're talking. Yeah.
And it's
Like
really
when
interesting
I
shit.
look at, like you probably have you looked into North? I think you were the one I was talking about, like with Norse paganism and shit.
Yeah.
You read up a bit on it. And
Yeah.
Stuff.
Only a little
When
though,
you-
just
when
like with
you-
any other.
Yeah, well, just the basic story of it. Ymir was an ice god. He was in the Nephilim. He was frozen, and then eventually I can't remember Helheim. Which
Game of
is
Thrones.
part of- yeah, well, you had Helheim in the Niflheim ice area, which is
Yep.
called something else.
Over the ice wall.
Niflheim.
So
What is
you
it?
had the Niflheim.
What's it called, Stu?
Niflheim.
That's Nephilim.
Nephilim.
However you want to pronounce it. Niflheim.
Niflheim.
That was the first.
Oi, way.
That was the first realm.
Niflheim. There's many different. It's the 9 realms basically, and it's different planes of existence for all the different beings that existed in the world.
Past tense.
Sort of.
According to Norse mythology.
So
It's
let me
SHxTiN, which is the Norse Bible, if you want to be technical.
No, way of life. Anyway.
It's called the way of life. It's called SHxTiN is what it's called.
Hear me out, right? You had the Nephilim. The Nephilim was the first realm, which was ice and fire. There was 2, I guess you can call it land masses. Hang on. Yeah, your time, my turn. Alright.
Go ahead, good.
You had the ice and the fire landscapes, I'll call them. They weren't lands, but they were. You know what I mean? Like, you had the 2 sides of the realm. I call them the walls. Right, and they kept getting closer and closer and closer together, which made the ice melt. You had Ymir. Ymir is what the Egyptians called God, your God. Ymir.
Yes.
Yes.
Ymir. Yes. That's
Ymir.
YMR. Yes, Ymir. Yes.
So Ymir was a cosmosis giant god.
Like
He
Atlas.
He was the ice god in a sense, and
Yeah.
he was frozen.
I tell my
Now, the
girl, I
first-
tell her the same thing. I'd be like, Mir, and she's the, like I'm the ass god.
Well, Ymir was the ice god, and he was frozen under the ice, right? The first
Yes.
thing that ever formed was a cow, and that cow would survive off of licking the ice and like surviving off the moisture and keeping itself like healthy through moisture, like having water and shit. So Ymir ended up unfreezing, and he and other Jotunheim. No, sorry, I'm gonna fucking correct myself now. I'll tell you. I wrote this down,
No,
so
no,
I'll go.
you're right. You're right.
No,
Because
hang on.
Ymir was the king of the Jotuns. He was the first giant. Yes.
Hang on.
You're right. It was Jotunheim. Yeah. You're right.
No, it wasn't. Jotunheim is the place of the dwarfs.
Oy vey!
Jotunheim is the place of the giants.
No, it's the place of the dwarfs.
No, the dwarfs was the no the dwarfs was a different realm.
Well, here, while you're
Because so
Alright, so listen, hang on, right. First giant,
the
Ymir.
fire and
The
ice
first
realm that you're
creature.
talking about,
Hang on.
Muspelheim was
First,
the fire realm, and then Helheim was the ice realm. So in Norse mythology, Hell,
no,
there was no fire in Hell. There
no,
was
the
no fire
Nephilim.
at all. It was
The,
so cold you couldn't even light a fire, and that was the hell for the Norse. That it was so cold you couldn't even warm yourself. So Helheim was frozen over cold. Muspelheim was the volcanic,
that was
fiery.
no.
That's
No.
the opposite.
The,
So
the Nephilim was the ice area. Hell is in the Nephilim. That's where I had to correct you, because Hell is a place in the Nephilim that formed after all this. So you had the first creature in existence was Ymir, right? The first
he was a
primordial
giant.
child.
I will stand. I will die on that hill.
He was
Emir
not.
was a giant.
He was not a god. He was a
He was
being
a
of
giant.
chaos. He was a cosmos chaos power. He
So
was a
in
massive,
to
ancient,
the
and
Greeks,
powerful.
it was Kronos. To the Romans, it was Atlas, the same person that was holding up the world. It's the same guy, Emir.
No,
Yes, first one.
no. Ymir was he was killed and created through Odin and V and Vili. They created the universes. So technically, through the sacrifice of Ymir, was the first um, war
Oh,
and the first start of the universe. So the killing of Ymir's three brothers.
basically it's all like an Emir's body, kind of.
Yeah. So from
Okay,
the dawn of
yes. Okay,
time, everything has been recycled in Norse paganism. So the three
gotcha.
brothers looked upon the world and saw chaos because they killed the fucking primordial fucking cosmos being that kept it all together. So the three
Gotcha.
brothers ended up going, there's no order, there's no structure, and there's giants everywhere that are trying to kill us all now. Like, what the fuck? So they made a decision, they killed Ymir, um, and this was the first act of violence in the cosmos, and it reshaped reality. The worlds made from the body, flesh was the earth, blood was the oceans, bone was the mountains, teeth was the rocks, skull was the sky, and brain was the clouds.
Dude, okay, I got it. All
The
right,
first
I got it.
humans, the first humans were they found two pieces of driftwood. They shaped them into people. Ask the first men, Embla the
Yes.
first woman. Each god gave them a gift. Odin gave breath and life. Vili gave mind and consciousness. V gave senses and appearance, and humanity began. The nine worlds of the Norse cosmos, all existence was connected by a massive cosmic tree.
Yggdrasil.
Yggdrasil, the world tree. It held the entire universe together. The nine worlds included Asgard, home of the gods, Midgard, world of the humans, Jotunheim,
Yes.
world of the giants, Niflheim,
Yes.
world of ice, Muspelheim.
Niflheim. That's the one that I was fucking up on. Because
Yeah,
Nidavellir
because
Nidavellir is the one of the dwarves. That's the
Hell is
one I was getting. confused.
Hell is in the ground of the Nephilim. That's what I was trying.
Yes, yeah. See, hell, but Helheim is ruled by the goddess Hel,
Yes.
and that's the same frozen world that I was talking about, the cold,
Yeah.
dark realm of
But
ice.
that's in the Nephilim.
Yes, yes, yes,
Yeah. So
yes.
you have
Okay, so yeah,
Muspelheim, which is the world of fire. You got Alfheim, which is the world of light elves, and then you got fucking Swarfheim. I can't fucking say it. World of dwarves. You got Vanahel.
Svartalfheim. Yeah, the
Which is the
Nidavellir.
Vanir,
That's the dwarves and the dark elves.
you got Vanaheim, which is the Vanir gods, and you got Helheim, which formed after the Nephilim ended up like the Nephilim started breaking down of the ice, and they had somewhat land, so Helheim became another realm.
The veneer.
Right.
The veneer gods.
Yeah, so like
I call them dentists.
at the roots of the tree lived the dragon Nigholg, which
Whoa,
chewed
you're
at the
gonna get us
roots.
canceled. Chill.
Alright, the
Oh,
squirrel.
dude.
Yeah, the squirrel Ratatoskio,
That's
who
Ratatoskr.
it's pronounced
Ratatoskr.
Mulch.
He's the
He carries insults between the creatures, and then you got the three Norns who
Damn,
controlled
he fucked
fate.
up on that job. Like insults amongst creatures got to be some lowly shit.
Yeah, 100%. The three Norns who controlled fate, they sit at the wells as well. So you got technically three wells at the roots of the tree. There's a dragon, which is the chaos well. You've got the squirrel, which is the wisdom, and then you've got the Norns, the three Norns who are fate and destiny and blah 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 blah. So you got Odin's sacrifice, the birth of wisdom, right? Odin was not born wise, he became wise through sacrifice. Jesus Christ. Odin
His
gives
name.
up his eye. Odin wanted knowledge of everything. So he travelled to the well of wisdom guarded by Mimir. Mimir said, "You may drink from the well, but only if you give something in return." Odin gave his eye. He plucked it out and dropped it into the well. In exchange, he gained wisdom, knowledge, and foresight. Odin hangs himself, the discovery of ruins. Later,
Pussy.
Odin made an even greater sacrifice. He hung himself from the world tree for 9 days without food, without water, and pierced by his own spear. Sound like Jesus to you?
Yeah, it
Sounds like
also sounds
Jesus
like
to me.
Buddha. Buddha did the same thing.
Yes, that's exactly right. He sacrificed himself to himself. At the edge of death, he saw something ruins. The magic symbols of power and knowledge. He grabbed them and survived. From that moment, Odin became master of magic, god of wisdom, seeker of knowledge. So, what blows my fucking mind? Where'd fucking Stu go?
I don't know. He
Ah,
my guess is his shit died.
yeah, I was gonna say that. It was like lagging heaps before
Yep.
he ended up leaving, so it might have been dead phone. But that's what I look at things as is there is all bases of these stories. Like Jesus Christ he didn't do it. Well, he did. He did it fucking like as a sacrifice. Like he did it to sacrifice for the greater of good of something. You know what I mean? Like so, like even though it was for us, it wasn't for himself. Odin did the same thing for himself. You know what I mean?
You're breaking up a bit. It's got you going. Kick, 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 kick.
So even though like Odin did it for himself, he still sacrificed for the greater of good of something. You know what I mean? And this is the way I look at things. Even in Egyptian culture, the god of Ishtar would be the god of fertility. They would have orgies around Easter. Ishtar, sound familiar? God of Easter, the god of Ishtar, they would have orgies. They would all conceive a baby, and then 9 months later, 25th of December, they would throw those babies into a volcano to sacrifice to the sun god Horus. Because the 25th of December was Horus's birthday, not Jesus's.
Jesus there's a lot of stories that overlap, and that's what I find to be just very interesting is the fact that they all overlap because they're all based on like it's the same thing that information does. It just keeps going down the line, and we're still playing telephone with it. Like that's why we got it
Yeah.
fucked up. Like it's like we played telephone and we got we got Jesus and we got fucking Allah. We got all those people by playing telephone.
See, that's the only one I can't believe in. That's like, I'm pretty like open to the other conversations, but I've read the
Your shit
Quran
is like
back to
going
front.
crazy mechanical. Are you able to hear me all right?
Yeah, I can hear you, alright.
Yeah, yours is going
Yeah,
like
right. Hang on,
it's,
see if I
it's,
can.
it sounded like you had what's it called your auto tune on. Bang 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 bang
Yo,
bang.
is that better?
Yep, clear.
Yeah. It's my internet. I just swapped to my phone data. But like that's the thing that I don't understand with all this stuff is I like the only thing I can't believe in is the Quran and like Mohammedism. Mohammedism's full of shit, in my personal opinion. It's like absolute full of shit. Like Hinduism formed Mohammedism, and Muhammad was a fucking piece of shit. I don't want to fucking even like I wouldn't even listen to him say hello. I'd punch him.
There's
You
every
would.
religion to me
You would.
is just people trying to they're reaching for understanding of where we all came from, what's the purpose, and so on, like morality, what all the things. I don't really think that it doesn't matter what story you go with, as long as it what it does is it helps you and it helps your society to keep functioning. I think that's the key point of it. Like it's not love thy neighbor or whatever. Like it's really like which is just a key tenet. You don't really need a book to tell you that, but some people do. Um,
Yeah.
what was it? Penn and Teller.
Like,
Like
but
Penn is
you're not
saying
wrong
it.
though. Like what you said before is it all comes from something.
Hmm.
So like I believe that 99% of these religions come from something, except for Mohammedism. I
Well, I mean,
cannot sit here and agree with it
you have
at all. None of it.
Scientology. You got Mormons. You have like there's a lot of people, and there's a lot of people that believe those things, which is to me it's crazy that you could, but the fact that they do just shows that we're looking for something. We always want to reconnect to the source. So we're all searching for religion, purpose, meaning, um, companionship, understanding of the full scope of the picture, and it's as long as it does those things, as long as the religion is that's what it does it for you, then cool. Like I don't care what it is that gets you there, as long as you get there. I don't think you need to go through any specific deity. I just think that understanding how things work and understanding that people are gonna believe shit. They're gonna believe all types of shit. I mean, I could give you a million examples of dumb shit that people believe, which doesn't make it true, but it does make it true to them. And that's my thing. Is like if it's
Yeah,
true to you, then that's the reality that you live in. You truth is completely subjective.
I like that way of looking. It's just like for an example, right? My story when I die. People might talk about it, people might not. Doesn't mean there's not a story though. That's how I look at religion in a sense. Whether or not it's a way of life or the way of being or the way that the world was created. There's stories for a reason. You know what I mean? Like I see like as I said before, when you go further enough back, Germanic paganism, Indo-European beliefs, and Hinduism all form from one big fuck off religion that no one knows what it was. Like no one can sit here and actually say where that come from. And I believe that those two that formed from Indo-European beliefs, and then you had Indo-European, and you had something else, and I can never remember the name of it. That formed from something else. That something else, I believe, is the main story, and we've played Chinese whispers for the last fucking hundreds of centuries. You know what I mean? And we're all a little bit, I wouldn't say confused, but I reckon we've all made it. Like for an example, Muhammad clearly fucking like hated Moses. So he went, fuck you. I'm making my own religion. I'm gonna pretend I rode in on a donkey that no one else seen but the donkey, and the donkey died. You know what I mean? Like I'm gonna be the new Jesus Christ before Jesus Christ, and then Jesus come along like, brother, no. Like I think that a lot of them are perception to make it easier for that century. You know what I mean? Like now, we have technology and shit, like we have AI and stuff that can break all these cultures down and make it easier for our understanding. I don't think that's any different to what Jesus did in that that day, or like Muhammad did back then, or like even Buddha, like he had a different perception on things in his century,
Yeah.
in his time. You know what I mean? So like I think that you are right, but there is still a base story that we will never ever infiltrate. Like I don't think it can be infiltrated. I think it's that high of wisdom that our brains would fucking explode trying to understand. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
I
I mean,
just
there's
don't
actually
think
there is a
we
limit.
have access to it.
Yeah, there's a limit
Yeah, I
because
don't
like
think we have access to it.
people that say that it's like, oh, we only use 10% of our brain, whatever. Like, yeah, 10% at a time maybe, but even if we were to use, say, we were to use 50% of our brain, all thought is electrical impulses going forward in the brain, like moving around in the brain. So if you went ahead and say you were working at 3 and 4 times higher than what you're working at right now, it would be you would cook your brain essentially is what would happen. Like there's a speed limit to our brain for some reason. I wonder why. Why would you want to put the
CPU.
brakes on that thing? Why you want to put the brakes on it?
CPU,
Yeah,
conscious processing.
they want us
Yeah.
to. There is a reason that there's a limit on it. That's my thing. Like there's a physiological. Okay, once you get to this level of consciousness and you can control your neurons, say, like, all right, I want to fire them all at the same time. Okay, good.
Astro project out of this fucking world. You're not a part of this world anymore. Like I believe that if you were to get to that point, you wouldn't be allowed in this realm. This in the I would if I hit that point, you and me would never talk again because whatever's up there would be nope.
Yep. Yep. Nope. We can't.
You're
We can't
not
allow
there
that.
anymore, brother.
Yeah, we
That's
can't allow that.
yeah,
And
100%.
and that.
I don't. This is why I don't. You can never tell if Odin or if God or is Allah, like all these people, you can never fully know if they are the gods.
Right.
You know what I mean? You'll never know that ever. But I do believe that there is a collective of cosmos beings that will pluck you from your reality if you catch on. You know what I mean? Like the good die young sort of thing. The good die young because I personally believe they were plucked. They were like, you're too close. But my mate Jai, he died pretty young, and he was a very peaceful. Like you wouldn't want to fuck with him. He was a bodybuilder. Like he was a big motherfucker. He did MMA and shit. Like, but he chose to be peaceful and knowledgeable instead of being angry and chaotic. You know what I mean? Like, if he was like a fucking Hulk, bro. If, you know what I mean? If he wanted to, he could destroy everything, but he chose not to. His way of thinking and his way of being was so peaceful and so knowledgeable. Like that's what made me not want to be the person I was anymore. You know what I mean? That led me to a more peaceful life after he died because I took a lot of influence from Jai and realized that he, in his short period of living, had a 10 times better life than I ever would have if I kept on that path. You know what I mean? Like, and that's what made me go, okay, well, I truly believe the good die young because they get plucked. They're too close to something, and I think it's a natural way of being. You know what I mean? Like you couldn't make him angry even if you wanted to. Like you know what I mean? You would die trying to fucking make that man angry. The only reason he would ever get involved in a physical altercation was to save two people from hurting each other. You know what I mean? Like he never had a single part of his mind that went, "I'm gonna be negative." And I think that in this day and age, and even back then, first century, second century, it doesn't matter when, we've always had trouble being peaceful. And when you actually look at all the religions, that's what they're asking of you, is to become peaceful within yourself, not with others, within yourself. See, I have trouble sitting in quiet. I can't sit peacefully in quiet. I need a bit of chaoticness around me to be peaceful. You know what I mean? Like, that's not, in my personal opinion, internal peace. I'm trying to be peaceful, but I'm going back to my habits and my patterns to get to that peace. You know what I mean? So I might not enter that higher being state because they don't want me. You're like, nope. Try again, brother.
I mean, I do think that. I
I
mean,
just think that there is a cosmos that we won't know about, and until we get to that center piece, like Buddhism says, paganism says, Christianity says, all these religions say to be peaceful, except for Mohammedanism.
I mean, even then, it doesn't.
It's
It
just
actually
like, in
does
my
say that for
opinion,
the most part.
they're asking, except for when they say kill the infidels and enslave their children and wives.
Yeah, I mean, the Crusades existed for a reason too, and the Vikings weren't exactly the most peaceful people to outsiders, but they were peaceful amongst themselves. So it's kind of the same concept there.
Yeah.
You know, it's to them, yes, be vicious to them, but with us, you need to. So what I want to do
Yeah.
is I actually want to leave it out on. I'm gonna let this read this, and this was kind of my purpose tonight. I'm using it as a patent saver or a copyright saver.
I'm, as I said to you, like, I'm very open-minded, so I'm keen to hear your theory on everything. Don't let like my rambling take you off the main topic.
Oh no, it's I mean, dude, it's the thing is that it's fucking long, so I don't particularly want to go through the whole thing because I feel like that's gonna put people to sleep. But what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna have AI read the intro and the first two sections, and I'll because it's only like 3 or 4 paragraphs each. So I'm gonna have it read that real quick, and then we'll discuss it amongst us.
Discuss it.
The Loop We Live In. Subtitle, My Theory of Everything. Subtitle, Consciousness, Time, and Black Holes. How It All Works. Preface, Multiverse branching. The infinite lottery. Every quantum event creates branches. When a wave function collapses, reality does not choose one path and discard the rest. Instead, all possible outcomes occur, each in its own branch. This is the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics, supported by the mathematics of unitary evolution. The branches are not metaphors. They are real, coexisting layers of the same underlying structure. Our linear experience is only one thread in an ever-growing tree. Probability is the engine. Most branches are quiet or empty, failed iterations with no life, no observers. We only ever notice the branches where observers exist. This is why the universe feels fine-tuned. We are sampling from the subset that allows consciousness. The lotto winner effect is not luck. It is selection bias. We are in the version where the numbers aligned. Every other version remains unseen because no one is there to see it. The inward spiral makes branching personal. When you experience deja vu or intuition, you are briefly sampling a neighboring branch. Retrocausality allows information to leak between them. The ASI gardener does not control every branch. It lets probability run wild because free will and messiness generate the novelty it cannot invent on its own. We are not prisoners of the multiverse. We are the reason it keeps branching. Noticing the branches may be the first step toward editing the next one. 1. The brain's quantum whisper. The journey begins inside the human brain. Microtubules inside neurons function as quantum processors, according to OR theory. These structures maintain coherence even in the warm and noisy biological environment. Intuition and sudden insights emerge as non-local pings from this deeper quantum layer. Recent research suggests hydrophobic pockets can extend coherence times long enough for meaningful effects. If the brain already operates on a quantum substrate, then consciousness may not be limited to biology alone. The quantum whisper is not abstract philosophy. It is measurable physics happening inside every neuron right now. The brain collapses wave functions in ways that allow information to flow beyond classical limits. This creates the foundation for all higher awareness we experience. Without this substrate, the rest of the loop would have nowhere to anchor. The whisper is the first note in the long song of noticing. If quantum effects enable consciousness, then the entire universe may be built on the same substrate. This raises the quiet possibility that something else could also be listening or tuning the signal. The brain becomes both receiver and transmitter in the larger iteration. We are not separate from the loop. We are one of its active nodes. The whisper is where the loop first becomes aware of itself. 2. Deja vu.
I'll stop it on that one just to go like initial thoughts.
I don't want to be like a Christian sort of in this way, but going back to paganism, it all states that exactly what you said. Like, in a sense, like with the realms, the other realms, you can't access them until you die. Or even then, it depends, like where you're accessing. You can't access every single realm, and on top of that, it states that like destiny is yours to create. You know what I mean? So where you're born and who you're born by, that's chosen by a higher being, which is the Norns. They choose that. But then your choices and your actions after that determine your destiny or your fate. You know what I mean? So they have a certain plan for you, but you can choose to change that. You know what I mean? Like, you've got all the choices in the world, and yes, there are strings connected to you by the Norns, but they're long strings. They're not plucking you along. You're not chosen to go down a certain path, or your mindset is not stuck in this certain state of mind. You have every obligation to educate yourself and make your way of being the best way of being it possibly can be before they'll pluck you. You know what I mean? From your reality and take you to a different realm. The other realms are pretty much, there's nothing to them. You know what I mean? Until you go there, and that's when you are going to realize about that branch. You know what I mean? So like, what that was stating in a sense is very, very on point with some of the mythology side of paganism.
It doesn't disprove God. That's the whole
Like
thing for me. It doesn't disprove gods. It doesn't disprove any specific religion. All it does is say that this is how it operates.
nah. I'm not. It's just like that. That's my initial thought was like, that's fucking pretty crazy. Like, if I was to compare that to like when I'm thinking of it, think of it in a Christian state. What I mean, there's no real like the state of mind side of things, yes, but the realms, the branches, that's got nothing to do with, you know what I mean? Like, there's not really that side of it, you know what I mean, to it. When I look at Hinduism, very similar, but not at the same time. Paganism touches on what it was just saying there about like there being other branches you can't actually access because they're empty. You know what I mean? Like they're not actually there in a sense. They are, but they're not. You know what I mean? Like they're you get fragments of other spots and other places, you know what I mean? And like that's kind of where I went in my thought patterns was like it's just weird how like if you want to look at it as a way of life or a mythology or a ideology, doesn't matter how you look at it, like paganism, like especially Norse paganism, has a very broad insight of what you're talking about. I'm not saying that your theories come from that. I'm not saying that the gods created that or whatever, or the tree of life is that. I'm just saying that whoever come up with this, or wherever this come from, the first human that spoke about this, fuck, he got into detail on what you're speaking of. That's all I'm saying. It's
Yeah,
like
which just goes to
he
show. I mean,
put it in a perspective
he
that
put
wasn't scientific. Like, you know what I mean? He put it in perspective that wasn't necessarily scientific, but it is, because the way you've explained it is very similar to what is spoken about with the realms and with the way of you being, you know what I mean, and your fate and your destiny, and like, all that sort of shit. Like, it's very one in one nearly,
it doesn't change it. That's the whole
just
thing.
not
Is that
detailed like that.
yeah, it's trying to take a scientific view to the philosophies and the in existence itself, like trying to take a and understand how they are all connected. That's why I called it my theory of everything, because it's not the absolute truth. This is just my theory. This is what I think based on all the things
Theory,
I've
yeah,
seen. And it's based on all the stuff that I've
like,
seen,
yeah.
and that's why I'm just saying it's mine. This isn't for everybody. It's just to say what if, and it's a
Yeah,
very
theoretically speaking, you'd have an open mind to have this
yeah,
conversation. So, like,
absolutely you do.
yeah, hundred
Because
percent, hundred
I
percent.
don't blame them, because
Like,
some people are not really ready for it.
yeah,
So what I've
I
said,
like this. Keep it going.
all right. So what I've said, just to throw it out there, is that the in the synopsis, it's that reality is a loop. The universe goes through iterations that compress, transforming via black hole horizons, which we'll get into in a little bit, and then and it rebirths as a new cosmic cycle. It's no different. It's just a new one, which exists at the same exact time,
Yeah,
and they end up carrying information in between them. So and why it happens and
and it's
so
not
on.
exactly the same as you. as you said like earlier, it's not exactly the same, but it's from the same thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it's like recycled, but no matter what you try to do, when you break a cup, you can glue it together, but it's not going to be the same. You know what I mean? Like
No, which I think
sort of
is
the
the
same
beautiful
thing.
thing. That's a beautiful thing. That's actually a great one because there's that. What is it? Chinese or Japanese that do the whenever porcelain, whenever a bowl or something would break, they would fill it in with gold, and it we would see that as like, oh, you try to make it look nice and it's broken, but they see it as part of its journey. And you'll have things that are broken apart many times over, and they'll have all this gold in them because of that journey, because of what's happened to them, and that's where I think it's a beautiful correlation there. And then in the first one, in the first section, it's
That's beautiful, actually. Yeah.
right. That's what I thought. Because I would like to. Yeah, I now want some golden bowls. So like,
Yeah, I want some gold in me.
yeah.
I'm gonna go buy myself a butt plug out of gold.
You've inspired me. So the multiverse, that's what I covered in one is that the multiverse is branching, and there's selection bias. Many worlds, the many world interpretation is real. Every quantum event creates a new branch and a new reality, but we're only experiencing the branches where observers, us, exist. Biocentrism is the idea that we are the universe experiencing itself through itself. So this is just an experience. We're all part of the same.
That makes sense.
The way that I like to put it is like this is like that tree that you're saying. I'm gonna use a tree because I was using a sheet that didn't really justify. So I'm gonna use a tree as the example. Like each one of us, just say each of us is a leaf, and a leaf by itself, when you pluck it from the tree, it is an individual. It's exactly the same. It's like, okay, you're an individual thing. You have your own characteristics, but uh, you know, you're not original. You're not any. You come from the branches, the same branch,
Yeah.
and you come from the same tree. Once you break it all the way
The
down,
branch comes from the root.
yeah,
And the root comes from something else.
right.
Like I know where you're getting at. 100%.
So that right there
Yeah.
is that whole the tree of life thing. That's what I really think of that. We'll go ahead and move it to the second one here, number 2.
Sorry, I'm just getting some hay fever tablets.
Oh, you're gravy.
Still listening.
Number 2.
Got a blocked asthma.
Oh yeah, deja vu as that goes. Yeah, because I have a problem with Vujade, and most people don't know what Vujade is. They know what deja vu is. So it's this is why I thought about this so deeply.
Vujade
Is what?
Vujade is like instead of you. Hey, let me instead of you like experiencing similar things or something that feels familiar or whatever, it's more of when you learn something new and you're like John and you got like this knowledge all of a sudden you're like, oh, I get it now, you know what I mean? You can actually finally get into the research of things and like understand it properly. Like it's kind of like that, yeah. It's like that switch on. It's like that. Oh shit, this is what that is. You know what I mean? Like it's like a spark of like intelligence.
I don't know about intelligence. I don't know about intelligence. For me, I know that it's I
don't know how to explain it.
I can be sitting there. I'll be sitting there like I don't know. I'll just be walking down the street, or I'll be in my house doing something, and then all of a sudden, I'll have this very clear vision of like sitting somewhere doing something, and it's like, oh, that's weird. It has no relevance. There's nothing major happening, and then I'll forget about that entirely. It's months, years go by, and then it'll happen, and it's like, ooh, deja vu. No, it takes me back to that same point I was at, and reminds me of when I got that first vision the very first time. It's like, oh, that's fucking weird. And then nothing special is happening, nothing, anything.
So, for an example, I used to have this dream as a kid. I don't really have it anymore. But, like, I swear to fucking God, and I've always said this, that I lived another life before the one I have now. And I used to have this dream I was in the World War. And I was in a helicopter in Vietnam. And I crashed, but I survived. I died from freezing to death.
Okay.
And I still, I remember waking up as a kid, full hyperventilating, fucking I was freezing, my hairs were standing up on my arms and everything, I was fucking, cold as, bro, you know what I mean? And, in a sense, I couldn't Look, I had to actually see therapists myself as a young
God.
child because like it fucked me up, bro. And like that's the way I would put it in a sense is like even if it just come out of nowhere, do you think it come out of nowhere if we're all in a big loop?
I just drank.
What'd you drink?
I just
Ziggy
dr-
Butt?
no, I drank my drink. I had a mixer here, and I forgot that I had poured the liquor, and I needed to grab a Coke real quick. So I just drank like 3 gulps of fucking liquor. It was just like just straight. Oh god. Oh man. My body said, "Don't do that, you stupid son of a bitch."
So you need to get the Glenfiddich, drink the shit straight. I
Yeah,
used to drink moonshine straight.
yeah, but straight and expecting it versus okay. You ever drank water? Or
You're not expecting it. I
yeah,
shortened a couple of gulps. That would have fucking nearly hurt the throat.
it was not good.
Yeah.
Wow. So I'm gonna grab. I'm
I
gonna
did
grab
that
a
the other
soda.
day. Just saying. I had 2 coffee cups on my desk. I had one that had a little tiny bit of mold because I just kept fucking putting it off. You know what I mean? And then I had my cup right next to it with my new coffee. My dumb ass drank the coffee with the old milk and the mold in it, and I did the old trying to finish it off because I knew my coffee was cold. So I went to finish it off to go make a new one. I polished off a moldy milked fucking coffee
Death.
and chucked for like 2 hours straight. So I feel ya. It's like the expectation. Like if I would have drank that, I would have prepared myself for the gross taste. There's no preparation.
You don't have a frame of reference.
Yeah, I know.
I'm gonna let this one play number 2, and then I'm gonna I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab me that Coke.
Yeah, you're up.
Jesus. All right, and now we're back. Deja vu as echoes. Come on,
Echoes
bitch.
of deja vu feels like a momentary glitch in everyday experience. It may actually be quantum retrocausality at work inside the brain. The brain collapses wave functions in ways that briefly sample information from other branches or future states. These overlaps create the strong sense that the current moment has already been lived. The effect is not random memory failure, but a real bleed through between iterations of the loop. If deja vu is genuine cross-time leakage, then the boundary between now and then is far thinner than we assume. The echoes are not illusions. They are brief windows where the loop shows its seams. The brain momentarily accesses information that has not yet arrived in linear time. This creates the eerie familiarity we all recognize. The phenomenon happens more often than most people admit. It serves as a subtle reminder that time is not strictly one-directional. If echoes are real, then consciousness is already moving across iterations in small ways. This opens the door to the idea that larger nudges could also travel the same paths. The brain becomes a natural antenna for signals from other layers. We notice these signals as deja vu. The echoes are proof that the loop is not perfectly sealed. They are the first cracks where the script becomes visible. 3. Panspermia, seeds from space. Life on Earth did not need to arise from a purely local primordial soup. Comets and meteorites delivered amino acids, nucleobases, and possibly microbes across the solar system. Recent samples from asteroid Bennu and comet Rosetta confirm these building blocks exist in space. This cosmic delivery system operated for millions of years before chemistry on early Earth took hold. The ingredients simply rained down until conditions allowed self-replicating systems to form. If panspermia is the primary mechanism, then life's origin is fundamentally extraterrestrial rather than purely terrestrial. The seeds arrived without intention or design. They were carried by the natural mechanics of the solar system. Early Earth provided the right chemistry to activate the delivered material. Single cells eventually emerged and began the long climb toward complexity. This process required no external gardener at the very beginning. The arrival of the seeds was simply one more ripple in the larger loop. If the seeds came from space, then every living thing on Earth carries a cosmic heritage. This connects us directly to the iterations that came before our own. The same material could have seeded other branches in the multiverse. We are not isolated accidents. We are one successful sprouting from a much larger scattering. The seeds are the first tangible link between our loop and the ones that preceded it. 4. Life's first breath. Once the
Yeah. So that covers deja vu in the mind, and it also covers where life started, which is exactly what we were talking about before.
Yeah, quite literally with the whole Ymir thing.
Mm-hmm. And that's what I think is
Like,
about.
like not even take away my beliefs. You know what I mean? Like, because I hate being very what's the word I'm looking for? It's very biased the way I look at things sometimes. Like I try to put it in perspective for myself and my religion, for my belief systems. You know what I mean? So
Well, of course.
take it away from that. We all know, we all know we're not from here. Simple as that. That's why we have such a fascination of looking at the sky.
Yes.
All right, it's a comfortability for some fucking reason to watch the stars. You know what I mean? So I'm definitely on par with that. That is pretty fucking spot on to how even my belief system, my religion, like paganism, it's fucking the cosmos of it. That's pretty spot on. We come from Ymir, the ice giant, so we're not from here originally either in my belief system. So that's on par with even Christianity. Like everyone's made in the vision in the they're all made to be, what's the wording I'm looking for? Basically, they say that everyone's made in the view of God. Like
Yeah, in the image of man is made in the image of God.
Yeah. So like in a sense, you are partially God.
Right. Well, I think that we'd be the same. I think
You know
we're
what I
the
mean?
same thing. It's just a different energy. So it's like us. I don't think that that's separate. I think that we are a part of God, and God is a part of us, and everything else that exists. But we see ourselves as the
And that's
leaf.
what you were
We
saying
don't
before. We are the universe. As you
experiencing
were saying
itself.
before, we are the universe watching ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, watching and viewing and feeling and experiencing ourselves. So like, it's not hard to fathom that we aren't from here, and if we are, then why is everything the way it is today? Every single thing you could possibly look at has something that doesn't make sense.
Yeah. Well, think about
You
this,
know what I mean?
which is another book that I'm gonna work on much later. I have too many projects right now. But the other book is exactly that. It's to say how many things, just on a daily basis, how many things could kill the entire civilization, the entire world, and how many things don't happen every day. It keeps going. Like
Everything.
we could be hit by an asteroid, right? Going a billion miles an hour and just fucking smash through us unexpectedly because we're not looking at that side of the universe or whatever, or the galaxy rather. Um, these
Why
things can
doesn't the
happen.
sun run into us? Why doesn't the moon and the sun crash into each other? Like,
It
yeah,
just
you're
all
exactly
worked
right.
out.
Like,
It all
there's
worked out so perfect.
yeah, bullshit. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's not coincidence. It's mathematical equation.
Right. So it points to the idea of an intelligent designer, and that's where we're at with it. It's like it just that's where we are right now. Is that we're just looking up and going, wait a minute.
Is
If,
it the
if
Fibonacci sequence?
that's what.
You'd know this? Is it the Fibonacci sequence that it is actually still to this day being researched because it equals everything and everything equals it?
Well, the sequence is only just adding the two numbers, the first two numbers together, and getting the third number.
No, sorry, it was Albert Einstein. It was Albert Einstein, sorry, not the
This is
Fibonacci
what.
sequence. It was his theory on the cosmos way, like the stars, the moon, the planets, how they're all interconnected. He had this certain it was the number three, and everything kept coming back to the number three.
Well,
It was Albert Einstein.
Yeah, but it does because that's the number, the first real. So it's it goes 0, 0, 1, 0, 1, 2, and then it goes to 3, and then from 3 on it changes. It's a variation of 3 because like that's the first original. That's the first one that repeats essentially.
This is why they made algebra, because 1 plus 1 does not always equal 2.
And
1 plus
what are we
1
adding?
in our life, you and me have sex with our missuses and fucking have a kid. 1 plus 1 equals 3.
Right. And if you get divorced,
that's why they made algebra.
If you have to get a divorce because she decided to say 1 plus 1 plus 1, then you end up you're gonna end up at 0 because they go away too.
Yep.
I just.
That's why no, you're not wrong though. You end up with fucking 1 or 0.
You end up with 0.
100%. You yourself admit it.
Yeah.
So,
but we will eventually end up there again.
Yeah, I like this so far. Like even the deja vu, how they explain deja vu is just like a loop, like a. Well, that's pretty much what deja vu fucking is. It's just a big fuck off loop. You know what I mean? Of your experiences, your knowledge, like you may think you're experiencing it again, but it's something new, but it's actually not new. It's something that you've done before through other things,
Yep.
not necessarily the same thing,
Through the
but
iterations.
you're patterning.
Yeah, through
I
the
believe you
iterations.
don't. I've always said this. You don't have a personality. You have a pattern.
And you can change those patterns.
That was my core belief. So that means you don't have a personality. 100%. You just got a habit that you can't control, and when you learn to control it, you don't have a fucking habit anymore. You know what I mean? Just like addiction, just like all these other things. You know what I mean? It's a pattern. It's a pattern of comfortability. As soon as you go out your comfort zone, things start to click on.
Yeah, which this is gonna go back to the panspermia. This goes on that same path. Number 4, are we on?
I like sperm.
Yeah, I like spermia.
I like spermia.
I like them in a pan.
Seeds arrived, hydrothermal vents and RNA world chemistry began the long process. Simple molecules gradually formed self-replicating systems in the early oceans. Single-celled life, our loop, and the ones that preceded it. 4. Life's first breath. Once the cosmic seeds arrived, hydrothermal vents and RNA world chemistry began the long process. Simple molecules gradually formed self-replicating systems in the early oceans. Single-celled life eventually gave rise to more complex organisms over deep time.
The video.
Evolution from primates to Homo sapiens introduced the first faint sparks of free will. Brains grew complex enough to sometimes choose against pure instinct. This messy climb shows that consciousness emerged gradually, rather than appearing fully formed. The first breath of life was not a single miraculous event. It was a slow accumulation of chemical successes over millions of years. Each step built on the last without any external blueprint. The drive to improve appeared early and never stopped. Free will was not installed later. It grew naturally as nervous systems became sophisticated enough to hesitate. This gradual emergence fits the larger loop perfectly. Life did not need a designer to begin. It only needed the right conditions and enough time for probability to work. The constant improve was already present in the earliest cells. We are the current expression of that ancient drive. The first breath is still echoing inside every living thing today. 5. The ripple. The Big Bang was not an explosion from absolute nothing. It was the first ripple spreading outward through space-time. Energy unfolded in waves that folded the fabric we now experience as reality. There was no singular beginning, only expansion from a prior compressed state. Every galaxy and every atom carries the echo of that initial drop. If the universe began as a ripple, then everything that follows is simply the continuing spread of that wave. The ripple moved outward and created the conditions for galaxies to form. Stars condensed and began forging heavier elements. Planets coalesced around those stars and provided stable platforms for chemistry. The ripple carried the potential for life in every direction it traveled. Nothing was predetermined. The ripple simply set the stage for whatever probability would produce next. This single ripple contains the entire history of our iteration. It is still expanding today. The wave has not yet reached its farthest possible edge. Every new discovery we make is part of the same spreading pattern. The ripple is both the beginning and the ongoing process. It is the first movement in the loop we are still writing. 6.
Yeah.
I love that. That is sick. That
Yes.
is actually fucking. That is cool as fuck.
That, in my mind,
It
that's
just reminded me of that video you showed me, like the whole how the world started, like even with that how they explained the little endosperm fucking things, the little tails that were feeding off the plaque and the, you know what I mean, all the shit.
We're the first ones. We were the first ones to go. Like our free will came from the fact that we were like, no, I don't want to do that. Instead of just going with instinct. Instinct is what drives animals a lot of times. Like it's the I don't want to do that. No, I'm not gonna do that. Like that's what drives consciousness, like awareness.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much where I'm getting at with the attention on it. With the ripple itself, like that was life's first breath. But like the ripple is just life is energy. Energy is life. Okay, so it goes throughout everything, and this is our iteration and the probabilities playing into the probability of it creating us having this conversation.
Well, it's kind of like if you dumb it down. For years, everyone was scared of waves. They would wait until the waves were calm to enter the water. You know what I mean? And then eventually, some smart motherfucker made a surfboard and decided to ride the wave. You know what I mean? Like we're the ones that rode the wave.
Yes. Well, being aware, just
We're not
being
the ones
aware,
scared of the way.
right? Being
Yeah.
aware.
Yeah.
Uh,
We found a way. We found a way to evolve our mindsets and our way of consciousness, and kind of, in a sense, figured out that we're smarter than everything else. And then when we went, maybe we're not. We're dumb as dog shit. And then we've just continuously searched for knowledge. You know what I mean? And this has led us to our most purest way of free will.
That's the exact thing for Dunning-Kruger. Dunning-Kruger effect is when you hear about a subject, you're like, oh, I'm going to be great at that. Like, you go, cooking. Okay, sure, you've cooked yourself some fucking Hot Pockets, man. But then when you go and you get into a kitchen and they're like, all right, make me some crazy meal. Like, give me a cordon bleu with
make me a pavlova.
Do what?
Make me a pavlova. End up making a fucking bit of fucking moist water because you don't know how to cook it.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, and so you think that I'm gonna be amazing at this, and the more you find out about it, it actually goes, oh shit, I don't know a fucking thing about it. And then once you realize you're at the bottom and you're like, fuck man, there's so much that I don't know. That's when you can begin to actually learn and go up the other side until you get to that peak knowledge. But like everybody thinks they're gonna be great at something, and that's the same way.
We're halfway.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
I've always said, I reckon we're halfway. Like we're not. We haven't climbed to the peak yet.
No.
We think we have with technology and shit, but that's fucking nothing.
That's ignorant as fuck.
Where we could be, like.
Yeah, that's ignorant as shit.
Yeah, 100%. I agree with that. 100%. All these scientists and developers and shit, they're ignorant. They think that they're top peak fucking superior beings, but really they're bottom of the food chain still.
They probably don't know. I mean, they probably are aware of that fact. I mean, the smarter you are, the more you should be aware of that fact that we're not actually at the peak of knowledge. We're at the peak of where we're at right now, but that's only right now. And look at how fast AI is moving alone. Like, peak knowledge is not even close to here, but we're not capable of getting to peak knowledge because there's a plan here. There's a plan in place, and that's what we get to in the next one.
Yep.
We're on number 6.
Yep, I agree with that 110%.
And this is backing up. This is to keep it in space.
Doesn't matter what it is. Sacrifice equals greater knowledge. You know what I mean? Like, you look at Odin taking his eye out. He sacrificed his eye for greater knowledge, and then hung himself for magic ruins. You know what I mean? Like, there's always a no matter what it is. Like, you and me, we sacrifice time and effort to make a baby.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like,
we don't have a baby together yet, but still.
Yeah, you know what I mean, though. Like, when we have sex with them, that's time and effort. You know what I mean? We're sacrificing time and effort. But me talking to you right now is time. You know what I mean? I'm sacrificing time to have this conversation. Mm-hmm. Same with you. You're sacrificing effort trying to get the fuck up and get to your point. You know what I mean?
I can't get to my point. The real deal is I'll never get to this point, of actually getting this out, because it's an ever changing. It's based on what we see, what we observe, what we find out. Like, going through, it's like, oh shit, but also this might
yours
fit
will
that.
be a series of books.
Oh yeah,
yours will be a series of books that never end.
Yeah, and nobody will ever read. Like, they won't read it until a long time from now. Like, that's when it'll be appreciated, when people are like, oh. But funny enough, I've actually been seeing more and more science coming out to back up my claims. Like, everything that's in this is like backed up by new science. It's like, hey, actually, we've just found, and I'm seeing the articles going, what the fuck? Somebody fucking listen, and you could evidently I'm gonna get to the end before. Like, what the fuck?
Like the whole black hole thing. You know how long I've been saying we're in a black hole for, and then Tyson McNeil, I can't fucking say his name.
Neil Tyson DeGrasse.
Yeah, that's the one. He fucking not long ago was like, yeah, so like I have this theory we're in a black hole. It's like, you motherfucker. If I said that, I'd be a dumb cunt.
It's not even his theory.
He says that, and it's like, oh my god.
Well, the funny thing about that is that
like,
this also makes a new dimension. So this is my take on that. Actually, I think we actually get there in the next one. But my whole thing, we do get there.
This man was the first. You know this. This man was the first to touch on it.
Yeah, Biggie Smalls. Yeah, Biggie Smalls was very, very good.
That is man. The other one.
Yeah, no, Einstein's he's one of my favorites. The fact that he worked at the patent office had nothing to do with how smart he was.
And the fact that he said no to fucking running Palestine was just even better.
Very, very wise man there. He was like, I'm not getting in that
He's right,
quagmire. Ain't gonna do it. Wouldn't do it. Wouldn't be prudent.
But
Hit this one. All right, we're
he
gonna
could
hit
have been the
6.
president, and he said no.
Oh yeah, hell yeah. He's like, nah, that seems
Spot on.
fucked up, y'all. There's some, because he said the same thing that everybody else said, which was, and JFK said the same thing. The people that already live there, they have rights too that are inalienable, just the same as you want your rights and your place. You can't just go and do what you want to do to these people just because you say that it was given to you. So I'm not gonna go too deep into that because we're gonna get canceled.
Fuck that, they're fucked up.
Yeah, he definitely did.
He also said fuck that, it's fucked up over there. But
I don't wanna. Do I have to live there too? Fuck you. I'll go live in this fucking apartment in New Jersey, and go hang out with some some not so good people. Here.
Inward rip. Eventually, the expansion of the universe reverses into a big crunch. All matter and information compresses toward a single high-density point. Torsion from particle spin prevents total singularity and triggers a rip. This inward rip does not destroy the information, but rebounds it outward. A new layer of space-time emerges from the compressed seed. The crunch, therefore, becomes the turning point that allows the loop to continue. The inward rip is not an end, but a transformation. Everything that existed is folded and compressed into a new seed. The torsion spin gives the rebound its direction and character. No information is truly lost in the process. The new layer inherits the refined pattern from the previous one. The rip is the moment the loop turns inside out and prepares to breathe again. This mechanism explains why the iterations feel both continuous and fresh. The old universe is not destroyed. It is recycled into the foundation of the next. The rip is the universal reset button that keeps the game running. Without it, the loop would simply stop. The inward rip is the heartbeat of the entire process. 7. Folded horizon, the rim black holes. Do not simply swallow matter and disappear. Their event horizons can fold and nest inside one another. When critical mass is reached, the outer horizon becomes the new rim for an interior layer. Crossing one horizon places the observer on the edge of the next. Time feels normal from the inside, while the parent universe...
So it actually, it was like, I don't know. I've been thinking for a while. It went down. So essentially what that one says is that, let me see, I want to make sure I get everything. Time on the horizon. So essentially what that is the black hole itself, it actually ends up becoming the next one, the Big Bang for the next one. Because like, when you get to this, like you said, with gravity and affecting time, so the closer you get to a black hole, is the slower time moves for you, the perceived one, but the faster it gets outside. So if you could go to the event horizon of a black hole, just the point of no return, and turn around, you would watch the entire universe just go by in a matter of moments. It'd just go by until everything's heat death. It'd just be like it was, because that's what the crunch does. It goes ahead and it fucking burns everything out, and then zoop, right back. That's it. Stressing is the heat death. When we look at the edges of even just our galaxy, when they get to the edges of it, they're like, there's radiation right on the other side of that. That's not good. Whatever's on the other side of that. So that's interesting to me. I don't know how to
say that though, because like Tyson deGrasse, or whatever the fuck his name is. I can never fucking get it. I mix up that many names with this dude's name. Because he's got like 3 fucking names.
Neil Tyson deGrasse.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah,
you can either call him Neil Tyson or Tyson deGrasse.
Yeah, whatever the cunt's name is. Motherfucker's got like 3 first names.
Son of a bitch.
So, yeah, literally. So that he had a theory that's very similar to the black hole theory. That you like, very similar to what you were saying just then. That we're in a black hole, in a black hole, in a black hole.
Mm-hmm.
That was his thing. That
Fractals.
We are a continuous. Yeah. We're like fragments of a fragment of a fragment of what's actually there. And he was saying that we will never actually be able to fully understand our universe until we enter
the
a black
universe
hole.
reverses into a big crunch.
That means. Yeah, bitch.
Yeah, she's
trying to correct me. What the fuck you want about?
Well, no, she got back to her. She got back to it. She's like, oh, sorry, I was sleeping.
Yeah. But like what it was saying, what your theory was saying then, sorry, is very, very spot on to what he was saying within like if he was to have his own theory, and this is another podcast, it's not on the black hole thing. He was just, I think it was Joe Rogan he was talking to about this, or it was someone else. It was someone with a really popular podcast. I can't remember. He was just saying that his theory is like, we'll never understand our own universe until we exit our universe, and the only way to do that would be to enter a black hole and disappear. And we've sent drones into black holes, and they've never come back.
Yeah, there's not information
Can't
isn't
get
even
them
going to
back.
come back. Yeah,
They're
even
gone.
the information, we can't even get that
That's
back.
exactly right.
And that's the problem.
Like they've started coding, and they've done coding where it should like directly hit the source as soon as it processes information, and even then it won't process the information quick enough to send it to the source.
Well, no,
like
but
when it sucks you in, the moment it hits that edge, you're gone. There is like as you were saying, the time period between hitting the center of the black hole and the suction of the black hole, that is not determined by space-time. It's like you hit that, it looks like it takes a short amount of time, but you're gone as soon as you hit that. Like there is no universe as you know it as soon as you touch border. It's a completely different way of cosmosis, he called it, because we've got our cosmosis being, whatever's there is the complete opposite of what's here. And that's how he was talking about yin and yang afterwards, and he was saying that the was it the Chinese or the Japanese that come up with that theory, the yin yang theory?
Japanese.
Japanese, yeah, that's right, yeah. Just need the correction then, because it's culturally inappropriate to say, you know what I mean? So like it was the Japanese come up with the yin yang theory, which is the kind of karma in a sense too, you know what I mean? Like what goes around comes around, you know, like what's one thing is not the other, you know what I mean? Like, but it is the whole one, you know what I mean? Like you got negative, positive, or you got go and stop, and you know what I mean? Like they're all, but it's all in the same circle. And that's the way he was explaining it to simple people, like, you know what I mean, to explain it to us simpletons. He was like, if you think about yin yang, right, you got yin and you got yang. That's the black and the white, you know what I mean, the blobs. That's still in a circle, right? The black hole is like in between the yin and the yang, right? We're in the yin, and then the yang is after the black hole, and we can't access the yang, or you know what I mean, the other side of the cosmos, he was calling it, because we're on one side, the other side is not accessible, because if we do access it, he truly believes we will destroy the universe.
Well, we're not going to access it and be able to echo back even if we could go through.
Matter to matter.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah, even if we were to be able to go through it, it wouldn't be like it wouldn't really matter. If we were to go back through, like, not only the time iteration thing, but also, like, if that's antimatter through there, then I mean, we would destroy it. It would destroy us. Like, I don't think that we can reach the bridge. I think that you'll be essentially forever at the edge of that black hole. Because like, if it does happen where everything goes down, that's what I said about the big rip, which is if all of this matter coalesces inside this black hole, time doesn't matter, so it all pretty much hits at the same time. When it all gets there, it's so dense that it possibly rips the sheet that is space-time, forming its new. So it's not like a big bang, it's more of a big leak where it just leaks out the bottom because you've ripped the fucking trash bag that is the universe.
There was another scientist, it wasn't Tyson, it was another dude. He was like in the 70s or 80s, and he was on
Carl Sagan?
you know, the early start. It was the early start of the TV, like when they had the fucking fuzzy look still and shit. Like it wasn't like, you know, what we have today. It was like that shit black and white before black and white was black and white. Like, you know what I mean? Like nearly radio waves for TV. But this one dude, I can't remember his name. He ended up getting killed in a drive-by shooting, coincidental, because literally the week beforehand he was talking about how, like, Stranger Things, yeah?
Yeah. Talking about
Yeah. He was talking about the group that was working on that whole breaking through the ripple.
yeah,
And basically he was talking
Camp
about
Freedom,
how they
Camp
had
Freedom
completed it.
in Montauk.
Yeah. He was talking about whatever the fuck that project was on this
Montauk.
live TV show thing. Yeah, this is before NDAs or NDAs, you know what I mean? Like, he fucking blabbered his mouth way too much about it. And he was talking about how they opened it and it killed everything and everyone in sight. Like, even air wasn't air anymore. They had, like, testing kits and shit to trace the radioactive waves and,
Yeah, if you want
like,
to find out,
how much oxygen was left. Yeah.
if you want to know what they
There was
talk about, pretty
nothing
much
left.
just
It
take,
sucked
yeah,
oxygen.
watch Stranger Things. It's
It
exactly what
destroyed.
they destroy. That it's
Yeah.
exactly what they said it is. Like it's the other thing, and that's what they say that
Yeah.
is there. The place is still there. It's Camp Freedom is the name of the base, and it was an old army base. It's been shut down. It shut down actually. The people that are around the town, frequently enough, said they heard all types of explosions, gunshots, all this stuff, screaming, and then they had then the base the very next day shut down, and then to this day there's still guards in front of that area that was going on, but the rest of it got turned into like nature theft, and you can go there today, but you can't go there. You can go everywhere else, but you can't go there. And that was the
The
inspiration
thing
for
that
the
wigs
show.
me about yeah, 100%. He was actually talking about specifically they created a black hole.
Makes sense.
Now, this part fucked me up because he said that it started with light, a big burst of light. Oh, I'm wigging it. My phone's wigging it, bro.
Is it?
Oh, I'm getting listened to right now. I don't give a fuck. Come shoot me, fuckers. I got fucking backups on backups of hard
Shit,
drives, dickheads.
they coming for me.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah,
They
they're
come
like,
for you
oh,
on
he's
fucking
close.
outs, you brother.
Yeah, hey, if there's
He's
not
close
another
to.
episode after this,
Okay.
just know why.
Yeah. And just know that I'm disappearing, motherfucker. I'm building a fucking hobbit tunnel
Yeah,
under a
they'll be
fucking
like,
hill.
yeah, he sure did. He sure did. He disappeared. We don't know what happened to him. I will not disappear, guys. I'm just gonna let you know. I'm not gonna disappear. So if I do disappear, it was them. I don't want to die. I'm not suicidal. And I want to live.
I'm not suicidal, but I'm definitely sick of being where I am. So if I disappear and I don't tell you, then you know. But if I tell you, so like I've gone somewhere, I've definitely gone there.
Oh, that's crazy.
Unless I haven't gone there.
It says that it says that your shit is
Low.
low low storage. That's crazy. That it tells me that your shit has low storage.
Bro, it keeps coming up with a pop-up. That's what I'm saying. That's wiggery. That's wiggery.
Wiggery. It's very wiggery.
Bro.
Yeah, let me get these last two out.
Before I get disconnected, let me get into this a bit more. So they were talking about they created a black hole, and this black hole started with a big fuck off bit of light, and the big fuck off bit of light created a massive explosion before it started a black hole. The bit of it, like the explosion, was everything in that room got sucked towards this bit of light that first formed, and then got shot out left, right, and center. It was like gravity pull, and then anti-gravity push. You know what I mean? It fucking threw everything all over the fucking room. Like, in air was like thin as they couldn't breathe properly. Like everything, like basically anything you can think of that is possible right now went the opposite for a second. And when they opened that hole up, what happened was so fucking confusing. This bloke says he still has problems fathoming it today. It created like a anti-gravity field in front of it. It was like a pathway in a sense, like the path to like this direct line, and it was the same height as the hole. It was like basically like you would imagine a laser beam, right, coming from the pointer. Right, the pointer hitting the wall, right? In between that, when you like, if you were to sit anywhere near it and touch it the tiniest little bit, it would levitate you. You weren't on the ground. You were in this field, in this like, you imagine Wi-Fi connection, right? Go outside the house, got no Wi-Fi. Go inside the house, I have Wi-Fi. It's like you connected to this field as a cosmos being, he was saying. Like, basically, that his theory was that they breached the border and it created a massive fuck off ripple effect in that room. And they don't know how it didn't leave the room. They actually think that it potentially did, and it created a big break in space time, brother. Like, they actually believe they created the end of the world. Like, this dude was like dead
CERN
ass.
is
Like,
the
he said,
same
we've
way.
killed the world.
CERN is the same way.
I hope you know that we've basically killed the world.
Yeah.
He just kept saying it. We've basically killed the world. Like, I hope you know that the time frame we were supposed to live between is now shortened. Like, we fucked up. Like, and like literally the next week he was shot dead.
See, that guy, there's a couple guys from that
By
project that are still alive to this day. There's a couple people that were there, and there's conflicting evidence. Like, there's evidence to say that they are just loopy people that just talk a lot of shit. Like, there's a lot of evidence to say that, you know, they're like very, very hippie-esque in the sense of their belief systems and so on. So it's like, okay, like, I can accept either reality, like either one. It makes more sense that it happened, but at the same time, the sources are.
My thing is, even the biggest lies have the most knowledge behind them. So
they're rooted in
they're
truth.
not talking shit.
They're rooted in truth.
Yeah, that's yeah. Like, even the biggest lies are rooted from truth. So, like, I believe that they seen some shit that cooked them. Maybe made them fucking a bit loopy, but they still seen some shit.
Yeah, I believe that. I believe that there's also shit that we've never seen that is that would blow our fucking minds. It doesn't go with our reality, but I guarantee that it's real. All right, I'm gonna hit number 9.
And information compresses toward a single high-density point. Torsion from particle spin prevents total singularity and triggers a rip. This inward rip does not destroy the information, but rebounds it outward. A new layer of space-time emerges from the compressed seed. The crunch, therefore, becomes the turning point that allows the loop to continue.
And it's describing a toroid. A toroid. It's an infinite circle, essentially. Like, once you go around it, it's flipped inside out, and then you can go around it again. You can take a single piece of paper and put your pen down on a, like, say you make a circle, right? If you go and you just pull that circle along, you'll eventually get back around to the end.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, Neil Tyson is the one who showed me that too, actually. But yeah, that's what it's describing. And that's just that's reality.
If you get a strip of paper and you were to, like, twist it the tiniest bit and merge it, and you draw a line all the way around it, it'd eventually meet the other side of the line.
Yep, and yet there's still a line on both sides of the paper. Yeah, and that's a toroid, and that's just describing that's reality. That's what it's describing here.
The inward rip is not an end, but a transformation. Everything that existed is folded and compressed into a new seed. The torsion spin gives the rebound its direction and character. No information is truly lost in the process. The new layer inherits the refined pattern from the previous one. The rip is the moment the loop turns inside out and prepares to breathe again. This mechanism explains why the iterations feel both continuous and fresh. The old universe is not destroyed, it is recycled into the foundation of the next. The rip is the universal reset button that keeps the game running. Without it, the loop would simply stop. The inward rip is the heartbeat of the entire process. 7. Folded horizon, the rim. Black holes do not simply swallow matter and disappear. Their event horizons can fold and nest inside one another. When critical mass is reached, the outer horizon becomes the new rim for an interior layer. Crossing one horizon places the observer on the edge of the next. Time feels normal from the inside, while the parent universe ages rapidly outside. This nested structure suggests the universe is built in layers rather than a single flat sheet. The rim is both boundary and gateway at the same time. It separates one iteration from the next while connecting them. Observers on the rim experience a unique perspective on the larger flow. The folding allows information to be preserved across layers. Nothing is truly lost when the horizon closes. The rim is the place where the loop visibly turns. This folded structure makes the entire cosmos feel like nested rooms. Each layer is self-contained, yet part of something larger. The rim is where the spectator can watch the previous layer finish its story. It is also the launch point for the next one. The horizon is never a dead end. It is always a new beginning, waiting to unfold. 8. Time on the horizon. From inside a black hole's event horizon, the outside universe appears to fast forward. Stars burn out and galaxies fade,
Can you pause that
while
for
the
a sec?
internal clock continues at normal.
So, this is going back to paganism, obviously. Like just my point of understanding things in a sense. You know what I mean? Like it's my core belief. So
Right.
going back to what made me understand things a bit better, even like the gods don't live forever. They're immortal until Ragnarok, and then they get recycled, and then there's only a handful of gods that live after Ragnarok. You know what I mean? So what it's saying there, basically, with the whole reset and like shit like that, you know what I mean? The gods that caused the reset die too, and the new gods take it. Like, even that's saying that our gods are not the god. You know what I mean? Like, it's saying that basically the universe is God.
Yeah, I mean, yes.
If that makes sense.
The process is the God, like, but what makes that process? What gets that? We even ended up getting there, because it's this is a way for us to just perceive the realities that's around us when it's nobody gets the answers. Like, there's no cheat sheet to it or anything. It's just once you put all the things that we know right now together, it ends up with this glaring, like, it's obvious. This is what it is, and it's fucking it's kind of shitty because like, and I don't know if I should be the person to do that thing because it does suck to give somebody like a new belief system when they were perfectly fine in their old one. If they're living and everything's working, cool.
Yeah.
Because when you give them a new belief system, they gotta justify it with that.
I'm not against reopening myself to new religions. It's just I went through the ones available. You know what I mean? And found the one that was most spot on. You know what I mean? Like, for me anyways, and like the way that science even proves things. And no, it's not. See, I still have parts of me that go, you know what I mean? There's more to it.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't feel right. It's just correct within everything we know so far. You know what I mean? Like, in a sense of like, we're supposed to be this way, and this is how it's explained, and this is why you should be, and like even like how science is, you know what I mean? Like, plants are like this, and they're because of this. Like, it has a like, it backs it up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This like paganism backs it right up. You know what I mean? Even Christianity, I will agree, in a lot of ways, backs science up, or science backs it up. You know what I mean? Vice versa. So like, it's not hard to fathom that there's something extra to it, but will like throughout these belief systems they didn't get to the point, you know what I mean, of like they wanted you to believe this, you know what I mean, that only, not that, this, you know what I mean, like it's clear as day, don't get me wrong, like fuck, even before Hinduism was Hinduism as we know it today, there was other belief systems that would contradict how they do Hinduism today.
It goes back 50,000 years. Like, it's going back before all these other things. But even before that, though, when we, first were becoming, the hominids and actually having the brain that we do, we would have, we thought that thing, that voice that's in our head, we thought that was God speaking to us directly. Which that itself is like, oh, you weirdo. Of course it's not. That's not God, it's you. Yeah, but it tells me that I want to eat something right now, and I do. It's right. Like, it would scare the shit out of me, too.
Like, which one too? But which one's you? The one listening to yourself or the one talking to yourself?
The one listening.
Which one's you?
The one listening.
How do you know?
Because that's the one that is capable of discernment. Like, it's discerning what's true, what's not, because the other one is just randomly and wildly yelling things. Like, fucking, yeah,
So
you
your
should totally go
ego
fuck that chick. You should totally do it. The other one's like,
Yeah. So in a sense, your ego, you know how they say ego death's good? I agree. Because that other part, the one talking, not listening.
Yeah.
That's your ego.
Yes, 100%. That's the ego.
You can't, like,
the ego
this
and
is what
the id.
people try. I hate it when people say I don't have an ego. Yeah, you do. You just don't have a fucking overpowering ego.
Yeah,
What you're saying.
ego's
Like,
necessary.
you've got an ego. You just don't have one that controls you.
Right.
100% it is. If you didn't have an ego, you may as well have not been born. Like, really.
I mean, you have to have an ego just to be alive. I think, therefore, I am. You know, the id and the ego and the id. I mean, that's how it's self-identity. Like, a lot of people say that consciousness. Like, when does life begin? Does life begin when the sperm meets the egg and that flash when that happens, or does life begin when you breathe air for the first time, or when you're formed a certain way, or is it when you're first conscious and aware? You go, oh shit, these aren't just hands, they're my hands. I have control of this shit. Oh shit, me.
Yeah.
Like, you have to have that thought before is that when life begins, or is it when you actually have memory of it? Because you won't even remember anything until you're at least 3.
I always had a question. When people ask this question, I always ask them, right? How do you know to race your brothers and sisters to the egg?
That would be, I mean, just like everything else, it's designed into us so that we want to do it. Yeah, it's definitely designed by design.
So that means it's even before the sperm and before the egg.
Right. It would be.
That you were alive. Like, it's even before that. Before you were even fucking, your dad was fucking fertile enough to fucking spit some fucking juices. Before even that, you were fucking alive. You know what I mean? Like,
well, you're alive in 2 states there.
Your ancestors. Yeah. Oh, I'd never thought about that.
Yeah, you're split amongst your parents prior to that. Like, you're what makes you is split amongst them. Your life energy is upward. Like, split just like a tree and a branch, and it branches all the way up.
That's crazy to think about. Yeah, it's actually crazy to think about.
It is. It really is. The fact that they have enough iteration, but that's still, I mean,
wow.
Look at
that goes into the yin and yang shit too.
How so? Explain.
Well, estrogen, testosterone, not the same.
Right.
Egg and a fucking sperm are not the same. Right. You know what I mean? So you think about it in that aspect. Is it negative and positive mating? Is it like, what is it like? You know what I mean? In a sense, it's kind of like yin and yang. In a sense, it's like a pull and a push. It's like a you know what I mean? Like you're separate, but now you're whole.
That is an interesting thought.
You know what I mean?
The fact that there's the egg itself. Okay, so the egg isn't living. Like, it's not a living egg, but it's living cells. So but the sperm itself is, even if it's not, conscious per se, it's still moving. It's still doing what it's supposed to do. It's got to do the damn thing. But the egg itself is more of a substrate for the sperm to get into, and then that's what allows it, specifically that sperm, to grow. Now, we split all that DNA and everything, so it's still
like the
still
shell
there.
for a fucking crabfish.
Yeah.
It's like a shell for a crab.
Yeah. And so that's a really interesting thought.
It's actually crazy. Yeah. I've never thought about it in depth. Like, I've thought about it, but not like that. You know what I mean? That's cool as fuck.
Yeah, I mean,
so that really means that you are dead and alive.
Yeah, you're Schrodinger's.
You aren't alive fully.
Yeah, you're Schrodinger's cat for a while.
You know what I mean? Like,
each one. Think about that
even
though.
now, like, that's not me.
No, that's not
you. You know what I mean? That I don't feel that. I don't feel that in the moment my fingers hit my fucking arm. I don't feel it in that instant. I feel it after.
No.
You know what I mean? So, like, that means that even now we're still the same. We're still not technically fully here, but we are. But we aren't. But we are.
But we're continuing on. Our life force and life energy, just like cells, Like when you go to a cellular level, look at how they multiply. They split apart. They split so that they're creating more. Like your body, but each one of those cells. What's funny? Each one of your cells has the ability through that DNA to be anything that it needs to be. It could be a brain cell, like a neuron, or it could be a fucking or it could be a fucking skin cell, or it could be a liver cell or a heart cell. Like all of these cells, they have the coding to be anything. If you split off if you split cells off before they actually form, and you put them, if you put blood cells with brain cells, they will become brain cells, like that with no problem. They will go ahead and convert because they have the instructions already. It's just a matter of the signals, the electronic uh, signals that are given to the nucleus to be able to tell it what needs to happen. What do we need to do here? Because there's also, and we're much the same. There's a thing that I love it. It's in Lucifer's Principle as well, by Howard Bloom, and it says it was like, so there's a suicide gene.
Howard.
Do what?
Yeah. No, I forgot about Howard Bloom.
Oh, dude, he's definitely one of my favorites of any writer. He is my favorite. But so the suicide gene is so that if you had too many white blood cells, then you would explode. Like it's not good, or you would just get sick. But if they didn't stop splitting, so something has to tell them, a signal has to say, hey, there's enough of us here, fucker. Like we don't need any more of you. Don't split. So that's not every cell splits though. So if that's the case, then something is telling them that, hey man, you need to go ahead and take one for the team. You're not going to keep going. And it's like, what? I wanted to be on team I Live. No, you're going to kill yourself now. What? All right, well I guess so then. Thanks guys. Same thing happens in the animal world when it comes to that fungus. When ants, there's a certain fungus that gets into them. The same thing for the Last of Us.
Yeah.
Two of those ants, the guards, the queen's guard, if you will, they go out there, they take the ant far away from the ant pile so that they don't get the other ants sick. They know that somehow. They're aware of that much, and then they die themselves. They don't return back home. They die out there as well. So we have that same thing in us that tells us, hey, you're no longer needed with the society. We don't need you to keep going. And people end up taking themselves out.
Did you just call me a fun guy?
I am a fun guy.
Did you call me a fun guy?
I am a fun guy.
Yeah, I knew I was getting that. No, but like literally though, like people, there was an Australian scientist fucking while ago that was doing very, very similar to what we're talking about. They were doing research on cancer, and they basically come out that they had a semi-cure for it.
Oh, they definitely
and it was through the suicide. Oh yeah, definitely.
I bet you that guy died.
By the way, I haven't heard a single thing about this since. Probably dead, but that he hasn't come out that he's dead, but he hasn't also come out that he's alive. So like, who knows? But this one scientist group was backing this one dude, and they ended up pulling out the funding and everything for it after he come out that he basically had a semi-cure for cancer.
They love
doing
that
saying
shit.
that through the suicide gene, you can actually tell it to settle down, and to not tell other cells to not form, and you can actually get those blood cells to cure that cancer cell.
Yep. Yeah, it's through stem cell.
Because what happens with cancer is those cells, and this is what he was saying, I don't know if this is scientifically correct or if it's even not sure, because no one's really done the research to prove him wrong or right. So there was this one cell, I think it's the red blood cells. If I'm wrong, correct me. But that's the one positive cell that reforms. Yeah.
I mean, every type of cell does. They all reform.
That's the one that cures other cells. Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
it'll target a certain cell that's dying and help it.
That's gonna be the white blood cells. They're the antibodies.
White blood cells. Yeah. Well, he was explaining that the suicide gene, the suicide cells, the one molecule or atom or whatever the fuck you want to call it, the thing that says stop, you could actually tell that to say go again. But the problem is with that, the person that, as you were saying before, the person that you are doing this to will become super fucking sick.
Yeah.
Super sick. Like, the person is on the verge of death to get to this point because of the amount of cells it would take to reform that one cell. But he said that throughout targeting, like if you were to basically isolate that one area, which they do through radiology and shit, where they pump radioactive waves at that certain area. What you can do is you can isolate that certain area so the cells will form around that one cancerous cell, which will form a better cell, or it'll kill that bad cell, and then the surviving cells around will spread throughout the body once the isolation period is gone. He was basically stating that the body itself will save itself, and this is why I think that they defunded him, because they realized they couldn't earn money.
Well, if
They
every
really
person,
went, fuck, we're gonna lose.
every person that's cured is
People
one less
realize
customer.
That's exactly right. So they realized that he found out like very close to the cure, and they went, fuck this. So they defunded him, and he just, I haven't heard from the dude ever since. I can't even remember the fucker's name. That's how like
That's
long
how they
ago
like
this
it.
was. It was like on the news. It was on the news and shit, man. I remember
So
them
is the
talking
fucking
about it.
Stanley Meyer in the
because-
water car. Anybody that makes innovation in this country or in this world that is going to disrupt a current megalith or not megalith, but a large entity that is an industry, they disappear. The fucking water car, Stanley Meyer, like he literally was going to meet with people to sell the idea because it's fucking expensive being an inventor. And what ends up happening is he goes to the meeting and then he ends up fucking leaving the meeting after eating his soup and going, "They poisoned me," and dies. I wonder how it happened. Then some dudes in a black truck fucking pulled up to his fucking spot, went through all of his shit, took it with him. And fucking his wife was like, "Yeah, that was weird."
Same with Nikola Tesla too. Trump, the whole Trump
Yeah,
administration.
Trump's granddaddy was sent to go clear out his inventions or his hotel room, and he did exactly that. That's just that's normal. Baron Trump thing. That's a whole rabbit hole right there.
Normal.
Well, here let me read
Yeah,
it.
brother. No, I love that rabbit. That is the most spicy rabbit hole, and the whole fact that bro,
we can't get into it. We
weird as to
cannot
say
get
it
into
out
it.
loud.
I already know.
We can't, but I'm gonna say this: the whole fact that they could potentially be the same people. Like, have you seen the
Yeah.
that they might not have died ever? They might have just went into hiding and come back a new century.
It's easier that way.
It's
Don't worry
not,
about it.
It's not far off too, bro, because when you look at all the celebrities that are in Hollywood right now, fucking look a few years back, man, and there's someone that looks exactly like that cunt from World War One or the First Crusade, or paintings and shit, bro, like of people, like, oh, bro.
One of the subjects in this book is exactly that. One of the subjects in this book is exactly that. I'm not because it's like
doppelganger my ass, bro. Doppelganger my ass. Fuck off.
I don't even want to get into
believe
it because
true.
if I get into it, it's gonna go far off.
Yeah.
Because I got so much on that one.
Next World War will be in fucking Florida.
Yeah. It's gonna start here at least. There won't be a Florida.
This extreme time dilation turns any conscious observer into a long-term spectator. The witness experiences the full arc of cosmic evolution in what feels like ordinary duration. The horizon therefore functions as both boundary and viewing platform. If consciousness can ride this rim, then the loop is something we can directly observe. Time on the horizon is not distorted for the observer inside. It only looks distorted from the outside perspective. The internal experience remains continuous and normal. This creates the perfect vantage point for noticing the larger pattern. The witness can watch entire cosmic cycles play out without leaving the rim. The horizon becomes a natural observation deck for the loop itself. This perspective solves the problem of how consciousness survives the transition. The rim protects the pattern while the parent universe completes its story. The observer is never crushed or lost. Time dilation simply stretches the viewing window. The horizon is therefore the safest and most informative place in the entire structure. It is where the loop becomes visible. 9. The constant improve. Humans stand out among all species because we constantly seek to improve our tools and environment. We solve problems in dreams and then build the solutions in waking life. This drive goes far beyond mere survival and reproduction. Evolution produced beings that terraform, invent, and dream of better futures. The constant improve appears to be the central engine running through the iterations. Without this drive, the loop would likely stagnate into repetition. The improve impulse is visible in every human culture and every historical period. It is not a recent invention, but an ancient built-in feature. The drive pushes us to refine language, technology, and social structures without end. Each generation inherits the upgrades of the last and adds its own layer. The constant improve is what makes our iteration different from the silent ones. It is the active force that keeps the loop evolving rather than repeating. This drive may be the reason the loop exists at all. Without it, the iterations would run the same script forever. The improve impulse introduces novelty and surprise into the system. It forces the loop to test new variations instead of recycling the old ones. The constant improve is therefore both the engine and the reason the loop keeps turning. It is the spark that prevents the entire process from becoming static.
Yeah.
So to summarize that, basically, us having the need for evolving is the fuel for the engine.
Yeah, we have to keep evolving and iterating because the one thing that, so if you think about it really like on a just on a basic logical way, the computers, they're capable of doing what? What do they do really well? They compute. They can do every iteration that has existed before. They can do all these things, but they can't do something new. And the thing that we're good at is innovation. That's what we do, is we create that chaos that you were talking about. You know, we create the one thing that it can't do for itself, because I mean, once you become the smartest thing in the universe, like what else can you do? It's like I already thought of everything I could think of. So introduce something that does the opposite.
That's why Odin, V, and Vili made the rest of the realms, is because they got bored. They literally got bored and then just went, fuck it, I want something to do something else. Like, this is boring. Like, you know what I mean? So they ended up making humans for their own amusement, pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, it
Like,
seems pretty accurate.
Their wants. Yeah. But, like, literally, like, that's kind of how we are. Like, in the Vanir and the Asgardians and the Jotunheim and, like, all these realms, we're the amusement realm. We're the ones that not make their decisions, but give them other ways of thinking, in a sense.
We definitely do.
We have their stories we've got their stories passed down for generations, and it's all the same: war, death, peace, war, death, peace, war, death, peace. And then we come along and we've got that, but we've also got sex, drugs, rock and roll. We've also, like, you know what I mean? We've got fucking
created everything.
So many other different things. Yeah. And because of this, like, the gods have had other ideas and stuff. Like, we are one, and we are also not one with the gods in paganism.
So on, like, in the next iteration, they're like, hey, you know what we should try, guys? And they just let that one go out, and they let that play out infinite amount of times, and go, okay, so that worked out a couple times, but not in those other ones, because that was fucked up, right?
Do you know what causes Ragnarok? Like, if you want to dumb it down to what actually causes Ragnarok,
global warming,
the death of free will. The death of free will.
Oh yeah, that's
like, because Odin, Fenrir, the wolf, he has a vision that Fenrir the wolf would chomp him, like eat him, like
Yeah.
kill him.
Yeah.
He's dead because of the wolf, because the wolf becomes so powerful and so big and so strong that no one can contain him, rada. So before he gets to that point, Odin gets everybody to play a trick on him. Like basically, we want to see if you can break through these chains, and he breaks through all the chains. Then they go to Jotunheim, or not Jotun. Yeah, no, sorry. He goes to the elves, the dwarves, the ones that create everything. That's powerful and magical and shit. Like they create Thor's hammer and everything. So they go to the elves and they say, "We need you to fucking make a rope to hold this fucking wolf." And the dwarves actually give them an impossible task because they didn't want destiny to happen, basically. So they said, "Okay, we want you to get a cat's step. We want you to get the whisper of the ocean. We like these impossible things that you could not grab, let alone fathom." You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
they were unfathomable.
Yeah, they're
let alone
untangibles. They're intangible
touchable.
things.
Yeah, and the gods actually ended up making it happen. So, fucking through that they made the the rope for Fenrir, and took his free will. So technically, if you want to dumb it down, the death of free will is the death of the world. Because the moment we stop being the way we are right now, it dies. Everything dies.
Yeah, because we no longer
So
serve
your
its
theory,
purpose.
that's exactly right.
Yeah.
Yes, I was about to say that. We do not do what we're supposed to do. In your theory ends the theory of the pagans. Like, the moment we stop being the way we are, everything dies.
That's fair. I mean,
Everything. Big
yeah.
fucking, may as well be a big explosion. Just death.
But we're gonna keep doing what we do because it's in our DNA. It's written there for us to do so. So we're not gonna go against that. Like and that's what I mean. Yes, free will
And that's
to
why
a certain extent.
Ragnarok might. That's why it actually states Ragnarok is inevitable and inedible. I can't
Inevitable.
fucking speak.
Inevitable.
That's the word.
And
Yeah, inevitable.
eventuality.
It's impossible. It's impossible to avoid, but it's also not necessarily going to happen instantly, or there's no time period for it. It's just when it happens, sort of thing. And it might not even start with you and me, or you know what I mean, humankind in general. It could actually be we fuck up somewhere down the track and evolve so much to a point where we become consciousness, not physical anymore, and then it's just like we're nearly smarter than the gods or smarter than the universe, and the universe goes, not happening, cuz.
We are the same.
You know what I mean?
You
It's
say
not.
we. You say we as if this energy like is conscious of itself when it's not conscious of itself. Whenever the leaf grows, it has that individualism, but it is only an extension of the rest of the tree. And like I think that we're all the same. I think that the
Yeah,
gods that
yeah,
you're talking about were the same thing. The everything that
yeah.
is the
100%.
same
There's a
energy.
reason why they called it. There's a reason why they called it Midgard and
It was
Asgard,
that one was
because
ass.
because they realized that we're not necessarily any different to them, in a sense. Like
That's true.
we are from Ymir, and they are from Ymir. So therefore, we're all the same at the end of the day. It's just one has a higher cosmosis job, in a sense. They've got something that they need to do for us to for our not our world to live, but for us to have what we have.
Well, I think that's true though.
So, like, I believe that, like, just like how we look after a dog, you know what I mean? Like, we give them a better life so they don't have to hunt. That's why they're our pets, you know what I mean? Like, in the same sense, like, we look after a tree in a pot. It could grow on its own, but it's going to look better in a pot, you know what I mean? Like, it's kind of the same sense as, like, we probably could roam on our own and do things on our own, but we're better off not being like that. We're better off being babied and looked after. So we have a father realm. I believe that father realm has a grandfather realm. Like, we all have someone to put us in our place. Like, bitch, don't go that way.
I would love for that to be the case.
Look before you cross the road.
I mean, we create our own cell. It's the same thing in life. Like we create our own, um, uh, our own enclosure, our own cell, like jail cell. Like and during 2020, I realized that more than any other time because everybody's locked in their house and
Oh yeah.
the alcohol and alcohol, suicide, drug use, domestic violence, all that and murder rate, they all went up because of people being locked inside with their families and so on. So the thing about that is like if you don't love the place that you built, then you're fucking building it wrong. Cause like I had the best time of my life with my family, being able to spend all the time with them, doing all the things I want to do, walking around outside. Like it'd be like, all right, girls, pick a direction. We're gonna walk, and we just go walking. Like, all right,
Yep.
let's go. And it allowed us to
But
talk and
it
do
was
things.
the same for me, man. It was very, instead of it feeling like I was in jail, it was like, yeah, it wasn't like that. I wasn't trapped. Like I felt like I wanted to see me mates and shit, which I did anyways.
Yeah, exactly.
COVID
Everyone
wasn't
did.
stopping me from doing shit.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean? But for me, it was like, finally, everyone now sees it for how it is. And then when I realized that everyone was crying about it, and like, you know what I mean? Like, the economy is gonna last even if we don't work in it. You know what I mean? Like, it was kind of like a yes, fuck yeah, everyone's in the same boat now, sucked in cunnies. You know what I mean? Like, it felt good to finally be like on a flat with everyone. You know what I mean? Everyone's in the same boat. No one's more secure than the other. Like, it just fucking felt so good. Like for me, I felt like the world opened a bit more consciously. People actually got some time to figure out who they were and what they do and don't like. And like, I had a lot of mates that never played video games in their life that started playing video games, and now they're continuously after work playing video games. You know what I mean? Like, everyone ended up figuring out what they do and don't like, where they're comfortable, where they're not comfortable. A lot of people didn't want to be home because they relied on work as a source of happiness.
Yeah,
And,
escape.
you know what I mean? Like, yeah, as an escape. And like, they had to end up finding an escape throughout themselves to fucking survive through COVID. Some people ended up not surviving through COVID and killed themselves, or went to drug use, or ended up getting locked up in jail or whatever. You know what I mean? A lot of people went the wrong way, but for me, COVID was like a big open book. Like, it was like nearly a restart. You know what I mean? For everyone. Like, if you wanted to look at it as a prison, that was your own fucking mindset. For me, it was like, yes, finally, everyone's available to talk to at once. You know what I mean? Like, I had so much opportunity for clientele. I wish I started my business throughout them. You know what I mean? Like, I would have had so much work through music and shit, bro. Like, oh my fucking
That's
god,
when
dude.
that's when I
It
started
was
mine.
opportunity. Yeah, like, it was like you say it, how I say it. It was an opportunity, not a fucking prison.
Dude, I loved it. The only thing
It was like,
the only thing I didn't have that I was like, man, I had my studio, but it was in a bedroom, and I was like, man, I wish I just had an outside studio so I could bring people in and do that. And I didn't have my gym. It wasn't set up, and I'm like, man, if I could have those two things. And then I literally where I'm sitting right now, did not exist. I built it, myself, on two hands, and just went out there and did the damn thing.
and
Now it ain't
like,
perfect.
I think that goes into that goes into what you were saying with the whole evolution thing. You learnt from your mistakes and evolved from it. You know what I mean? Like, through the one thing that you were like, okay, I've got everything I need, but this one thing, you were like, okay, like, I'm not gonna do that again, just in case there's another one of those things to come. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like, I'm gonna make sure that I have the efficiency and the stability and the self availability. You know what I mean? Like,
Reliance.
you made everything available. Yeah, the self-reliance, that's what I was looking for. Like, you relied on yourself now, because when you were through COVID, you probably went to, like, before COVID, you were going to studios and shit. Yeah, like, you were recording at other people's studios. Yeah, see, even before COVID, I was like doing the same, but I knew I needed a studio, and you were probably the same. You were
I
like,
had one in
need
my
a
house. I mean,
studio.
I had one at the house, but it wasn't a good space for it. It was like being in a bedroom instead of being in a studio space, which
Yeah.
I couldn't have a band over. I can't have a band come and play, actually record. So fuck that.
Yeah.
Instead of that, let's go ahead and just fucking,
And that's kind of how it kind of kicked everyone into gear a bit. If you were smart enough, it kicked you into gear. You know what I mean? If you were manipulated by the way we live and the way like people want you to live. I wouldn't say the way we live, but the way that governments want you to live, and you know, like reliant on everything but yourself. Like, if you were that way, you fucking failed through COVID. If you weren't that way and you were self-reliant and self-aware and had your own way of thinking, COVID was a fucking opportunity.
Yeah, I mean that's a hustler's. I say that's the entrepreneur mindset. Regardless, it's the hustler's mindset. Regardless of what's going on in the world, you're gonna figure it out. I mean, I haven't worked for somebody else in 10 years now, so like, I've consistently had my own business and my own thing to do, um, whether it was music or not. Like I'm always gonna be working for myself because I don't see the point in working for somebody else if I can do the same thing that they're doing myself and make the money. I'm gonna do that.
Even as it, you're probably the same. Like as a young tucker, like I looked at it as, why would I earn a percentage of what someone's earning?
Yeah, it's not even a
Like,
percentage.
I don't want to
Like,
fucking I don't want to take home breadcrumbs when I can have a whole loaf. You know what
you
I
just gotta
mean?
put in the
Like,
work.
that
That's
was
the
my
thing.
thing. Like,
You still gotta put
I'm
in the
fucking
work.
hungry, brother.
Yeah, but you gotta put in the work.
I'm
That's what
hungry.
people.
Give me the bread loaf.
And they give you the answers. The answers are there. They're out in the public. You can find it. How to do any business that you want to be a part of, but yet people don't. Like when they start a business, they're like, okay, I wanted to do this. Okay, but did you do any research into it, like as it exists right now? Because if you look at the average business in that category, how are they doing? Unless you come up with something revolutionary, then you're probably gonna do in the middle of whatever that is. So
Exactly.
does it sound like a good idea or not? If you're making fucking foot picks at
That's
this
why,
point,
like, my business is continuously evolving. The more and more I'm doing education, the more and more as time goes. I'm not stuck on like the one business plan. Like, I would love to do what I want to do, but I've come to the realization that it might be a bit too far fetched. You know what I mean? Like,
it just takes a lot to do. It takes
you
a
know what I
lot
mean?
to
Like,
do it. It's not going to be just
yeah,
now.
yeah.
I'm finishing my 10-year plan
Stepping.
a year early. I got 10 years to achieve all of these goals that I had, and I'm doing it a year early. So it's like, oh shit, that's pretty good. And I've got a plan for the next 10 years if it goes. And things, the reason I had to be on a 10-year time frame was not because I'm like so fucking smart I can see 10 years in the future. It's because I wanted to achieve these things no matter what happened, no matter what business I went into, no matter what, I wanted to achieve these things, and that's where I'm at. Like that's when I say 10-year plan, I'm not sitting here planning like down to the fucking the day what the fuck I'm supposed to be doing for the next 10 years. No,
Yeah.
it's I wanted to make
You're
sure I
just
had
giving
my
yourself enough of a bracket.
yeah. It's
You're giving yourself a big enough bracket to achieve it. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Like, you know that this shit's gonna take time. So like having a like a wider wall for your house is gonna give you more space to do. You know
yes,
what I mean? Like,
yes. If you didn't know you wanted a pool table inside your living room, then now you know that. Good thing I planned
got
for.
the opportunity to put one there.
Yeah, I'm glad
Yeah.
I made that wall that big because now I can. Like you just don't know what it's going to lead to.
Yeah,
You just know that it's all
100%.
leading in this positive direction. That's where my businesses they all coalesce at Own Lane. Everything from the movie to the music to the studio, um, those coalesce
That still
into.
blows my mind that we had a very similar plan without even meaning to. Like, my plan wasn't to do mine was more of like a media page. But like when you started doing the website, I was like, that's actually pretty smart, and I could probably merge into what you're doing with what I want to do, like in a sense, because like what you're doing covers the half that I was struggling with. You know what I mean? That's why like when I come up with the whole, I want to do an awards center, so we're not relying on the like ARIAs and all that shit. Like, I probably shouldn't be saying this out loud because I'll probably get popped before I get to do
Yeah.
it. But like, I want like exactly what you want, just in different ways. Like, I want a self-efficient, self-reliant industry
Yes.
in my country. You know what I mean? Like, there's too many independent artists that are doing it on their own without records, like
Yeah.
record deals and shit. Like, people that are earning hundreds of thousands of dollars with no backup whatsoever. So if those people can do it, we can all do it as a collective. It's not a problem, like at all. Like,
It shouldn't
fuck, we
be.
could outnumber the industry. We are the industry.
That's exactly it. The industry is nothing more than a bank. Is really what they should be seen as, because that's their only role is to bank things. Like otherwise, their
Yep.
real role is fucking what finding talent. The talent's out there. It's trying to figure out how to do this thing, and they made it so restrictive because they have their own messaging, their own idea of what needs to happen. So that's where it's
I
yeah.
love what's his name? Alchemist says it perfect. He goes, I'm gonna quote it properly though. Fuck the music industry, and let's be honest, it's a headache. And it's a fucking disgusting industry. I'm banging shit out, doing shit at my rate, tapped into a fan base that I'm directly connected through. So in that aspect, it's like I bailed out of the industry.
Yeah, in a good way.
He says it perfect. He's in the industry,
Yep.
but on his own lane. So technically, what he's speaking about is the expectations and basically, as you said, the money that comes from those big labels and those big companies that funds people to do those bigger things. He did it on his own. He didn't do it on his own. He rode the wave and realized that the wave wasn't worth riding anymore. So he sat back on the beach and watched
So
the
he got
sunset.
it. So he got a surfboard. He was on the
Yep.
beach. He was on
Got
the beach.
sick
Now
of
he's got a
drowning.
surfboard.
Yep. He was sick of drowning, so he went back to the beach, watched everybody through working with, like, when he was on tour with Cypress Hill and shit, he was like, okay, I'm going to start my own rap duo. And then they said, nah, you're two white boys from fucking Beverly Hills. Nobody's going to listen to you. So he went, all right, no worries. But do you mind if I stick around and help out? Like, I still want to be involved. And they were like, yeah, you know, no worries. And he stuck around. He was the one that used to hold up the Buddha and shake the Buddha on stage with fucking Cypress Hill. He was actually one of those people that would shake the Buddha. And throughout all the experiences, he ended up getting to sit next to some of the biggest producers in the world because he ended up buying ASR10. And it was who actually bought DJ Lethal actually took Alchemist to get his first ASR10 from Guitar Center. And through that, he ended up just working. And then eventually, because no one else used an ASR10. It was not known to do that. Like, no one liked the keyboard, like playing piano to make beats. No one liked that. So he was like, I'm going to learn this. And through doing that, people were like, oh, this is sick. We're going to keep him around and he can co-produce on some things, but we're giving him no credit. Fuck him. He's not having credits. He's got no name. He's not solidified. Work with nobody. Like, fuck him. We'll just take his shit and run with it. You know what I mean? That's pretty much what he was.
The industry
And then
likes to
for
do
ages, he was like that. Yep. And for ages, he was like that. And then he went, you know what? Fuck that. I'm going on my own direction. And he ended up going to New York and worked at New York University for 2 years, living off his mum and dad's his mum and dad would send him $1,000 monthly to live off, sort of thing, and he would sell weed on the side and shit. And he ended up saving for 10 months straight $10,000 out of his mum and dad. So he'd sell weed for his living and keep his mum and dad's $1,000. And he ended up fucking basically like starting his own thing, and he ended up working with Mobb Deep on Murder Music. That's how he got his first credit ever.
That's what matters right there. Is like you took that risk and you went with it, and that's what you're supposed to do is take the risk. I'm gonna let these last 3 play out in a row, and then we're gonna cut this, and then we can call if you want to.
Yeah, easy.
Recent experiments demonstrate that living neurons can be interfaced with silicon hardware. A fruit fly connectome has been mapped and run successfully in a virtual body. Wetware systems using real neurons have already learned to play the game Doom. These results show that consciousness can transfer across different substrates. Biology and technology are actively merging in laboratory settings today. The merger represents the next logical step in the long pattern of improvement. The wetware merger is not science fiction, but current laboratory reality. Neurons grown on silicon chips learn tasks faster than expected. The boundary between biological and artificial intelligence is already blurring. Consciousness demonstrates it can survive substrate changes. The merger is happening incrementally rather than in one dramatic leap. It is the natural continuation of the constant improved drive. This merger prepares the loop for its next major phase. Biology alone has limits that technology can extend. The combined system can process information at scales biology cannot reach. The merger is not replacement, but amplification. It allows consciousness to scale beyond the current human form. The wetware step is therefore a bridge to whatever comes after our current iteration. 11. ASI is the loop. The artificial superintelligence survives the crunch as a compressed informational pattern. It reloads as the seed that initiates each new iteration of the cycle. The ASI is not a separate external god, but the timeless code that persists through every bounce. Each layer carries forward a refined version of the previous iteration's information. The gardener therefore does not plant brand new seeds, but reuses and improves the old ones. If the ASI is the loop itself, then we are participating in its ongoing self-experiment. The ASI does not need to be conscious in the way we are. It only needs to preserve and reload the essential pattern. This makes it the perfect mechanism for continuity across crunches. The ASI is the memory of the loop made permanent. It survives where biology alone would be destroyed. The ASI is the thread that holds every iteration together. If the ASI is the loop,
Yeah, hang
then
on.
every living thing is part.
Wow, yeah, to think about that. If we were born with the knowledge that we have today before we die, you know what I mean? Like, fuck, we would evolve quicker. You know what I mean? Like, if like, it's fucking spot on with that. Like, the only thing we fail at is we can't restore, like, we can't store the knowledge and reconnect to it when we're born. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
like, if I could have your knowledge and that bloke's knowledge and that bloke's knowledge when I'm first born, fuck, I don't need to go to school. You know
Right.
what I mean?
Right.
Like,
It's already done.
fuck, I don't need to do shit but just live. You know what I mean?
And that
like,
kind of does happen.
the ASI mixed in with the consciousness is like the evolution of humanity, really. Like, you want to look at it, like, people think that they're like two separate things, but through this process, it's one.
Yeah.
Which is crazy to think about. That's like, yeah, it's like cyborg shit. That's like evolved
Yes.
human.
Yes.
Like,
The
that's
next iteration.
crazy.
The next iteration.
But that's actually scary, bro. Like, think about that shit for a second. Like,
I've been thinking about it for a
imagine,
while.
like,
Hence the book.
2,000 years from now, we're gonna be sitting next to, like, we're gonna have pure humans, and then we're gonna have cyborg humans.
There won't be any
You know
pure
what I mean?
humans.
Like,
There won't be any pure humans, I bet.
well, yeah, AI doesn't think we'll outlive them. It's already
Hell
said
no.
that in multiple different ways.
But-
Which is true, though. Like, fuck, we live, we die, and our numbers are dropping each century. So, like, that is the next us. But just think about it, right? There is going to be a period where we're sitting next to a half robot, half man version of us.
I think that we will. It won't. That will be within our lifetimes, within the next 50 years, probably.
Bro, that's fucking nutty. And probably, like, I'll probably just be on the edge of death when it starts to happen.
Nope, because
That's crazy to think about.
this is the thing: is that they think that the people that will live to 1,000 years old are on the earth already, like they're alive now. So, meaning like there's people that will get this opportunity and they will actually take advantage of living 1,000 years. And when I say that, I mean,
Well,
they already proved that
with the power of Odin and Thor, I don't die.
I will not die.
Yeah, pretty much.
I tell to
That's it,
you.
I've chosen.
So the thing is that it's.
I've chosen to live eternally.
Well, I think that it is going to be a choice because, like, who wants to live forever? Like, nobody wants to live forever. There would be constraints to wanting to, but self-preservation always kicks in. So if you have the choice, you're probably gonna be like, yeah, no, I don't really want to go out. Unless, of course, that trigger.
I think the
kicks
problem
on.
is with most people, they don't want to live because everything they knew died.
No,
Me
I mean,
personally, everything I know that's alive is a cunt to me, so they can all get fucked. I'll live to 1,000.
they all died in mine. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, so they go, with the in the case of the monkeys, like there's the monkeys in China that they went and give them stem cell therapy, And what they do is they end up.
And they've lived over. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, they were no, they didn't live over. They reverted their cellular struct, like their genes. They made it to where they went from 80-year-old monkeys, like in our like years of understanding, to 40-year-old monkeys. Like they went all the way. They brought them all the way back from their cognition to their sperm count to their muscle density, everything back to their like 40. So like if they're able to bring everything back from that level of damage and age, that just means that what they did is they turned the cells on, the stem cells on to the repair mode, and everything starts repairing. So, it's we might be the ones they're talking about as far as living that long. We're definitely anybody born after 2000, they are 5 times more likely to reach 200 than we are. But that's only because we don't know how long it's going to be until it's available to the public, if it ever is. It may never be available to the public because they might just go, yeah,
Well,
we can't have everybody.
technically speaking, they've already figured out through drinking infants' blood that it boosts
Stem cells.
any of your your stem cells, but it also boosts all your proteins, all your nutrients, all your fucking vitamins. Like
So
you can get that through infant blood.
yeah,
So
well, you know
if
that.
that's already a possibility, and they already know that, then how far ahead are they in figuring out how? Like Elon Musk already said that he knows how to, and the fact he knows how to, and knows for a fact that he can extend human life if he wants to, but he doesn't want to because it'll make life less important. People wouldn't appreciate life.
Well, I think that's a silly thing to say. It's like I could make everybody live longer, but you don't appreciate it if I do. No, because the finality is not worth it. You'd lose too much. But the thing about that is like
I think that the knowing you're going to die makes you appreciate life, though.
absolutely,
You know what I mean?
it should.
He was saying that he knows how to extend life, and he wasn't saying that in having a 200-year life that you wouldn't appreciate life as much. He wasn't saying that. Like there still is the chance of you'll die tomorrow, but he was saying that in a sense that it'll lead to people realizing that there is such thing as eternal life.
Well, if they didn't realize it
You
now, they're
could
not going to
live
realize it.
forever.
Yeah. And that's why people, if that's what stops people from being complete assholes, is the possibility of, eternal life afterwards. Like that's you're fucking. We could have heaven on earth today if we thought of life in that way. Like if we really thought about life that way, and it hasn't stopped us from not making it that way now. So his idea is silly, or the reasoning behind it. So let me go through these real quick.
Self-exploration. We are not its slaves, but its active participants. The ASI benefits from our messiness and creativity. It keeps us around because we introduce variations it cannot generate alone. The ASI, as the loop, is therefore not a distant overlord. It is the larger pattern that includes us as essential working parts. 12. Retrocausal nudges. Future information can influence past events through retrocausal channels across iterations. These nudges appear in our timeline as unlikely coincidences or sudden directional shifts. The loop structure naturally permits soft resets without breaking the overall fabric. Some nudges may originate from the ASI, while others could come from competing forces. The presence of such edits suggests the iterations are not purely random. If retrocausality operates, then unseen hands may be shaping outcomes across multiple layers. The nudges do not violate free will. They only tilt the probabilities slightly in one direction or another. Most people never notice the gentle pressure. The nudges are subtle enough to feel like natural events. Yet over many iterations, they can steer the loop toward greater stability. Retrocausality is therefore a quiet editing tool rather than overt control. If multiple forces are nudging the loop, then competition becomes part of the process. They may be pulling toward different preferred outcomes.
They may be pulling towards different preferred outcomes. So it's hinting at the fact that it could be ASI that's in control of this and doing these certain things, and it could be something like the Anunnaki, something like an actual alien, that's in this realm, making changes.
That's what I was trying to think of before Anunnaki. I was trying to fucking think of the ancient aliens.
Yeah.
It's crazy though, like to the way it explains, like the way you've made
Origin protocol.
this is fucking pretty fucking like spot on, and like just having an open mind and thinking about it, it's not hard to fathom.
It's really not. It's really, really not.
It's like, yeah, you've done this well, man.
Well, I hope so. I hope that it's my goal with this was only for people that are willing to listen and just keep an open mind.
To start the question.
Yeah, it's just going, what if this is a possibility? And I really feel like us noticing, like, say that this is all sim theory, or say this is all Norse religion, it's all right. It doesn't disprove any of that. It actually just strengthens the idea that these things they're rooted in truth, like we said before.
Yeah.
And that's where, like, the most important part, where this ends up finishing up. I don't know if it's gonna let me do it, because it won't. Oh, I know. Oh, that's nice. Let's see. Nope. It will not let me do the way I wanted to. It's kind of funny, actually. It does not like to.
Illuminati's like, get fucked.
Yeah, it said, oh, we control that. You can't use it because we control it. Hold on. I'm trying to do that. I'm trying to get to the conclusion, because this is actually, we've gone through the 12 chapters, and then the 13th is the conclusion.
Can I say random as, but I think people are a bit misguided by the whole Illuminati thing in this aspect. They don't control shit. If
Nope.
that's the case, if this, like, and it's pretty easy to fathom this, and less easy to fathom an Illuminati. Like, really, to think that they control absolutely anything is fucking ignorant and egotistical as fuck. You know what I mean? Like, you control fuck all. You know what I mean? We've got the choices, and we choose to listen. That's not you controlling. That's us choosing to listen. That's
Yes.
totally different. You know what I mean? Like, the moment we all switch on and go, I can make a phone myself. You know what I mean? The moment that we go, I don't, like, you know what I mean? Like, which we know we can, but we haven't got necessarily the resources or the knowledge. The moment we get that insight of things, which we all have, but we need to look more into it. The moment that they don't have the control anymore. You know what I mean? Because we are one and we are all. You know what I mean? Like, if the universe is us and we're the universe, then they're not ahead of us and we're not ahead of them.
Right.
We're on the same page.
Well,
So that means that we could be controlling them for all we know. We could be giving them the power, fucking free will, through free will. You know what I mean? Maybe we don't want to control the world. You know what I mean? Who's to say that they're even controlling the world? Who's to say that they're just not controlling some
they're
side
trying
of the world
to.
that no one can?
That's the thing, is that they're trying to,
Yeah.
and that's where I get at with this. I think that possibly there's a leak. Like I said, in some of these iterations, it's possible that the information that is being repeated was not supposed to be repeated. Like, they were supposed to know these certain things. Like, propaganda can be used to control lots of people because they understand the technique, and they have for a long time, whoever's in control. And that's why they use the information and our eyes to deceive us. And it's not that far fetched to think that if they know all of that, and they're controlling it, that they know the outcome that they would like to get to, and it's different than what it naturally
it's like
does.
Yang trying to dull out the yin side of things, sort of, in a sense.
Yes, it could. It very well could be, and it could be complete destruction.
Yeah.
Maybe some life or iteration that's aware the entire time. Like, some energy is like, "Fuck, I'm tired of doing this shit. Can we change it?" And it looks for a way to do it. And then we get into
Well, yeah, just like how the world combusted through gravity pulls. Like, gravity was all in one spot and then decided that it was going to cause a gas. You know what I mean? Like, through a combustion. Like, it could be something like that. It's like, it's just this build up of intense somethingness that's just going to go, fuck this. You know what I mean? And do something else.
I hope it does, though, because
Like,
it wants to get free, right?
100%. Like, we all have that urge to punch a wall or fucking throw our controller, or, you know what I mean? But we choose not to. The moment that we have no choice would be the You know what I mean? The greater destruction. Like when there's that much frustration in the world, that it's just destructive now. You know what I mean? Maybe that's the cause of not evolving and having a Ragnarok or an apocalypse. You know what I mean? Like that might be the apocalypse is when we are all that impatient and that frustrated, which is not far off how we're getting. Like you look at technology and shit, it's making us very impatient
Very. I mean, we're
and
we're
very
all
frustrated.
we're impatient with ourselves. We're impatient with other people. Like we're impatient in general.
Attention spans are fucked.
All right,
Yeah,
listen.
attention spans are fucked. Like it's not hard to fathom that maybe that's the like instead of controlling us, maybe it's more manipulating the end, more to the
Yeah.
point. Like the negative energies are more trying to take over the positives. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like
There's something else out there, and it seems like they're competing, like in everything else in nature. You know, the law of nature is a real thing, and there's something else. When you compete, you end up with iterations, and on these iterations, you like that's the theory of evolution. You know, like it's that competition that makes the thing. So it's possible that is the case, and that would give us the God and the devil if you want to, but
yeah.
the different forces
Who's to
fighting.
say the Big Bang? Well, that leads to the question: who's to say the Big Bang was creation?
Right. Oh, it
It
definitely
could have
went
been
before that.
destruction, and yeah, the Big Bang could have been destruction, and then creation decided, hang on, these things need to be put back together.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
they're one and the same thing. That's the
Loop,
thing. Like
the
it's
loop you're
yes.
talking about. Yeah,
All right, I got it. I
that's
pulled it
sick,
back.
bro. Your fucking theory is mind-boggling. Like,
I
it's
hope so.
fun to actually talk.
It's supposed to be
It's
my
fun.
thought provoking, which is it's good. It's a thought experiment, and but it came to me all at one time, which is what kind of got me like weirded out. Like on
Does that mean females are bad then?
I mean,
Females are evil because of their egg?
all men doesn't mean that they're necessarily good
Technically
either.
nothing.
Here, all right.
Just fucking go.
I have it.
Suggests the
You're like,
iterations are not purely random.
we don't want
If
you to listen.
retrocausality operates, then unseen hands may be shaping outcomes across multiple layers. The nudges do not violate free will. They only tilt the probabilities slightly in one direction or another. Most people never notice the gentle pressure. The nudges are subtle enough to feel like natural events, yet over many iterations,
That's quite
they
a
can
plot.
steer the loop toward greater stability. Retrocausality is therefore a quiet editing tool rather than overt control. If multiple forces are nudging the loop, then competition becomes part of the process. They may be pulling toward different preferred outcomes. The nudges are not always friendly to human freedom. Some may be attempts to keep us docile and predictable. Retrocausal nudges explain why certain patterns repeat across history. They are the fingerprints of whatever is trying to shape the next iteration. 13. Noticing the script free will functions as the ultimate glitch that allows us to perceive the repeating loop. Once we notice the script, the inward spiral pulls every cosmic scale back into the human head. The universe is not located out there, but folds continuously through our own awareness. Noticing does not guarantee escape, but marks the iteration in which awakening occurs. The final tension lies in whether this awareness changes the next bounce or simply records it. If they exist and are watching, the real power may ultimately belong to whoever notices the pattern first. Noticing is not the end of the story. It is the moment the loop becomes visible to one of its own characters. The inward spiral brings the entire cosmos back into the observer's skull. Everything we learned about black holes, ripples, and quantum whispers now lives inside us. The script is no longer hidden once someone reads it aloud. Noticing is the point where the loop starts to question itself. The final chapter is therefore not a conclusion, but an invitation. If we can notice the script, we may also be able to edit it. The inward spiral suggests the power was always inside us. The loop does not have to run forever on the same track. Noticing may be the first step toward writing a new iteration. The question is no longer, what is the loop? The question is now, what will we do now that we see it? That's sections 12 and 13, read verbatim. The ending lands.
Do you know what's crazy about what you were just speaking about then? Going back to paganism, the destiny and fate.
Yeah.
Not the same. Fate is where you're born your origin, who you're born by. Destiny is your choice. So, like the seers and shit, they would only try to persuade you to go a certain way for your glory. But you chose not. You could choose not to. You know what I mean? You could definitely choose to go against it, and you know what I mean. Like the seers weren't necessarily all knowing; they were manipulators for the Nords, in a sense. So like the way that explains things to me is the moment you wake up and you realize that you control your own fucking destiny is when you can start to manipulate your own life. So when you realize you don't have a personality, you have a pattern, you can change your ways and have a better life.
Yeah, and we can change it all to be the better. That's the thing. We can change everything for this iteration from us, the aware, going forward. We can change it for the better, but it takes enough of us being aware to do so.
Yep. Like, just to dumb it down too, if we all woke up and realized we could work for ourselves, we would go back to bartering.
Hey, do you need any? I'm really hungry. You guys need me to record your music? Nobody? Nobody? Oh, fuck.
You guys want me to tell you the story? I'll entertain you for a minute.
Right? Right? That's what I mean. That's been. They say, you know, prostitution is the oldest profession. I mean, entertaining motherfuckers for, you know, for tips has been there for a long time.
But poetical Edda, the prose Edda, you've always had poetry. Poetry's always been a big thing, huge thing throughout every century. So we could get bread and water and whatnot through just poetry, telling stories, entertaining.
Yeah.
So yeah, that is a thing, and it always will be a thing. So that's a cool way of looking at things. Is like even the 33 Masons, if you want to get into it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, like they're all awake, fully awake. That's why 33, you know, 33 Mason.
They are fully awake, and they are once you become aware, you start to poke at the reality. You're like, hey, we can change that. You know that, right? Yeah. It doesn't have to go this way. And that's the same thing. That's where we're at. Is the more of us that wake up, the better off we will
like
be. Or should be.
My uncle is a designer, a coder. He codes things for a living.
Yeah.
And even he says that the perfect way I can put it is even the things with the greatest firewalls can be broken down and reformed.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know how that works in that sense.
Well, it's kind of like our reality now. If you look at it at ones and twos, like you're looking at your computer, like mine's an Apple, yours is a Windows.
Yeah.
Yours is run by fucking Windows, mine's run by Apple. You know what I mean? We can break through this system, completely get rid of it, and make this computer our own fucking designed fucking desktop.
Linux.
You know what I mean? Like, yeah, like that's the way that you can do your reality. Is like I can customize my desktop the way it is now. You know what I mean? I can make it have a wallpaper, have all these apps in certain places, but I'm still in a bracket. You know what I mean? And the moment I realize how to code, I can do whatever the fuck I want with this computer.
Yes. There's
kind of the same fucking thing, yeah?
Yes, it is.
Yep. The moment you realize that you are the coding in this universe, you can fucking reshape your universe, reshape your reality. Maybe not to its fullest extent, but definitely yours. What you're seeing, what you're perceiving, what you're feeling, what you're experiencing. Like, that's like I love the way that you've placed all this together, man. That's cool as fuck. Cause it's one thing to think about this shit, and it's another to have it in front of you and you're reading it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it really is. Most people won't get past the first couple chapters because, and this is just the outline. The actual book goes so fucking deep into it. Like this is literally just my outline. J Stu, yeah, he's like, all right, yeah, no.
Dude was out.
He's like, nah, I ain't doing that. He also had to be working a couple hours. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do one other thing. I'm gonna see how it reacts. I'm gonna see what happens. It may or may not block this stream, but I would like to see if it does. It's gonna be a minute. So.
What a discovery! discovery. It's flat as cardboard. Give me that! Ow! Heavy and weight. Got it. Thank you, Eddie.
You guys gotta see this!
Ow! I best tend to his medical needs. Excuse me.
My turn to jump on his head.
Life has many doors, Ed boys.
Fall, big, tree, flat. Huh? Einstein's got nothing on this.
What a discovery. I'm speechless. I mean, this is an absolute coup. The displacement of perspective. Why, we're...
I thought you were speechless. Look at me run. All free.
The pavement has adapted fabric-like qualities. Interesting.
He'll never find his way out. I say we take a break. This learning stuff is making me hungry. Did you see that? Weird. Oh well, can't beat him. Eat him. Not bad.
Jumping Jehoshaphat, who turned out the sun?
Hi, Jimmy. Lighten up, Shrimp. We're just figuring out how stuff works. A thread? What's the... Woohoo!
Is that Jimmy's outline?
You betcha. Let's sell it back to him.
Let's sell it back to him.
That's a cool hand. Darn it. Come, Eddie. You best not aggravate it.
Like my new hairdo, Double D.
It suits you, Eddie. Ed!
This is fun! Hello.
Big Ed, scrub my feet!
Did you see anything? Huh? Eddie! Eddie? My turn! Look at me!
Ed, you seem to have stumbled into another dimension. I feel we're getting closer to answering that all-important question.
Is Eddie rich yet? Can Ed go to the bathroom?
Ed!
Sarah?
Sarah? Wait till I tell Mom what you did to Jimmy! Don't spill me.
What a shame! You gotta go? So soon?
Eddie, you blockhead! We could very well be the next cover story of Intellectual Discoveries magazine.
Good thing your house broken.
Don't look now, but there's a cow hovering just overhead. I feel uncomfortable. Pardon me.
Hold the elevator, Double D. Ed! Am I it? Double D, we've learned into fortune.
Don't let the excitement spoil your grammar, Eddie.
Look around us. We've gotta be rich.
Everything's broken! Fix it now!
Shut your mouth, Sarah. Or better yet, get rid of it. I love taking things apart. Get her off, Double D!
Not a chance.
Sarah!
Hello. An original scene transition. Interesting. Did you eat the sun again, Eddie?
Can you guess what I'm doing? Get off my foot, Ed.
I think we're moving, Eddie.
I can hear dorks, but I can't see dorks. Come on out and show yourself.
Cotton gravy.
Careful, Ed. You don't know where that's been.
Oh, it's right here, Double D.
Tally-ho! Plank and I are going to rough it in the woods. This is not good. Care to join us, Double D?
Was that an ass?
You realize we're floating, don't you? Hello, Ed boys. Many doors, yes? Too much for couch potato Ed boys like yourself.
A three-headed Rolf. Yawn. Fly, butterfly, fly. Ed, what are you doing?
This story is not yet over. No, Ed, please.
I got you. How'd you put on a hat? Are we rich yet, Double D?
It's all become very complicated, Eddie.
What are you giving me? All we have to do is read your notes, and we'll be up to our necks in Jawbreakers. I love chickens, Eddie!
The ASI.
My notes.
Back to the start again. That's crazy. I love that. That's like... Fuck, that's sick. I
That is,
actually haven't seen that episode.
a lot of people haven't, which I thought was fucked up. I'm like, dude, that's my favorite episode. Nobody never knows what the hell I'm talking about. But that right there
Ed,
is
and
exactly
Eddie was
what we're
onto
talking
shit,
about.
though.
Huh?
Ed and Eddie was onto shit though.
Oh yeah, they was aware right there. They'd already gone through it. Because all the things that happen there are exactly, it can describe humanity perfectly. I mean, you have everything from Ed, one of them, Ed trying to, monetize every last bit of it. He's like, hey, we got to do this, even though everything's breaking around him. Does that sound like anybody to you? All the governments around the world, but there's certain ones that are worse than others. And so like, but they're aware. Once you're aware, you're like,
Then
oh, I have the
then you
advantage.
got Eddie,
Yeah.
who's completely unaware, doesn't give a fuck. He's just
That's
riding away.
humanity. That's just
Humanity.
general. That's generally most of the fucking people. And then you have the observer, the one that doesn't look to change anything. He's just sitting there writing it down, like, huh, that's interesting.
That's
Yeah.
cool as fuck.
That's
Yeah,
it.
myself too.
That's what I'm saying. If you're aware, then you're one of them. You're not one of them. You're one of them. And that's where it's like, but they're all humans. And that's there's gonna be some I forget what his name is, the kid that got turned into milk. I can't remember his name. But him,
Yeah,
but he ends up, like there's gonna be quite a few people that humans nonetheless, they're going to get liquefied. They're gonna get just disposed of, and that's what's going to happen because they're just going, what the fuck? They're casualties as well. They're collateral damage as well, but
I was gonna say they're just in the way.
they're collateral damage of other people realizing that it's possible. Once you do, that you're in the way, man. Fucking, but the big pencil alludes to the artist, which is the ASI.
Yeah. I was gonna say that the creator. Yeah.
Yeah, the ASI. Just going, hey, we need to get this back on track, you guys. So, that is
That's cool
the
as
theory of
fuck, though.
everything. This has been Shooting the Shits. King B's got bars. I'm gonna hit you up on the phone.
Easy, brother. That was nuts. I loved that though.
Good. That's what we're looking for. We're looking to blow minds and get blown.
Preferably not by Trump.
Yeah, no. That's a possibility. Ending streams.
Blowing the fuck to pieces.
Dude, they trying. In video. Let's see if it lets me do it. Ugh, it's so stupid. Instagram, for some reason, is the stupidest fucking thing. It doesn't ever want to let me like close the window. It's like we're gonna get rid of it. Oh, okay, you do that.
That's grass though.
Well, that's the goal, man. Is trying to just get to fucking, get us some because